you're in Hornersville, you need to be taking this seriously. Again, this storm heading towards you very shortly. Looks like Zenith, the rotation itself is probably going to stay south of you. But yeah, for Dunklin County, the far southern part of Dunklin County, near the Arkansas line, this storm is heading towards you, all right? So between Monette, Arkansas and Leachville right now, that is some extremely strong rotation, likely has a large tornado on the ground. We'll continue to track that. And again, making its way to the north and east. If you just put it at 50 miles per hour, the end of this arrow, that is the next 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, this is going to be crossing out of Arkansas and into the far southern boot heel of Missouri. Next 30 minutes, probably going to be moving towards Hornersville. Rives would be in the path of this. And yeah, this is a strong tornado, probably no doubt about that, north of Monette right now. So again, Hornersville, Gosnell, Arkansas, and then up the line over towards the Steele area. We've been talking about Steele. There's Caruthersville. If you are traveling southward, if you plan on doing some traveling this evening along I-55 from Steele to Hayti, be prepared. This is a big storm. This is a storm that has a confirmed tornado on the ground here just a bit, and just a lot of energy, a lot of spin in the atmosphere this evening. So watching that one again, just as it was moving through Bay a little while ago, that's right here, and then Lake City, we knew that it had a confirmed tornado on the ground. So this is, again, what we call a supercell. Notice all the lightning in this. Not hard to pick out where the strongest storm is here on radar right now. Hornersville, Missouri, that's where this is heading next, though. Leachville to Hornersville is where we will be talking about this moving probably over the next 10 to 15 minutes. So you don't have a lot of time to react. Again, I know there's a lot of folks that may live in mobile homes. You may, the water table's a lot lower down here, and you probably don't have a basement, so you want to get to an interior room of your home if you live in Hornersville. If you live in Steele, Missouri, you're not under the tornado warning yet, but I imagine that we are going to see this tornado warning extended into Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri here shortly. So again, from Hayti to Steele, if it takes you a little while maybe to, especially if you live here in Steele, if it takes you a while to get someplace to seek shelter, and there you go, tornado warning now extended eastward. If it takes you a little while to get someplace, if you live in Hayti, Caruthersville, or Steele, you need to be thinking about doing that now. JC?
And this tornado, as you know, some of the observations are coming in, is as we've already mentioned, a very, very strong storm. A tornado has been spotted on the ground, and we are getting a couple of reports of possible power flashes. Of course, the tornado on the ground very close to Monette. And again, that's going to be moving into Leachville. My goodness, it's almost right over you. If you are in Leachville, you need to be in your safe space. And looking ahead, I know we keep talking down the line. They've extended this tornado warning really pretty far. And that's likely because it's moving so quickly. So Steele, right now, not quite to you just yet. The same with Caruthersville and Hayti. You need to be going to your safe spot right now.
Yeah, and there are just so many warnings to out to our west and to our northwest. So I don't want you to think just because you haven't seen a storm yet in your area that we're out of the woods with this, all right? So we're just getting started. We've really all along, as we've been forecasting the last couple of days, we've said, hey, this is going to be a late night event. It's why we've been encouraging you to have your phone charged tonight. Make sure you have that plan in place. You know where you're going to go. Once again, if you fall asleep this evening, we want you to have a way to receive the warnings that it wakes you up. You have the plan in place. You know exactly where you're going to be heading. I know it can get tough when you first wake up and it kind of alerts you, and we want you to know exactly where that's going to be. So make a plan now. Again, not everybody's going to see severe weather tonight, and I think it's important to reiterate that, but we've known all along, we've known for the last couple of days that there is potential tonight for significant severe weather. That's what we're seeing right now unfold here across northeast Arkansas and now moving into the Missouri boot heel, okay? So large tornado with this storm. It's going to be approaching the Missouri-Arkansas line. So once again, Hornersville, Missouri is going to be seeing this storm move very, very close to you shortly. Steele, Caruthersville, you guys are now in this tornado warning. That is Pemiscot County here in the Missouri boot heel. Blytheville, Arkansas. So if you're traveling on I-55, you know this area well. I know when we travel to Memphis, this is the way we go down, all right? Caruthersville, Steele, Blytheville. These areas right here along I-55 are going to be impacted by this storm probably over the next half an hour. So it is this storm right here Hornersville, I know right now the hail's probably coming down. You've got some extremely heavy rainfall, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, but it's this area, right back in here, that we are most concerned with. This is north of Manila. I believe this is called Big Lake here, and a real popular duck hunting spot here, right south of the Missouri-Arkansas line. And a strong area of rotation likely to pass north of that. But there's also a big wildlife refuge right through here. So we're going to be seeing this go through that shortly. Kennett, again, I know that your weather radio may be going off because you're in the county, you're in Dunklin County. This storm is staying south of you. Now, that doesn't mean we aren't going to be watching some more storms developing out to our west. We're also watching some more storms develop southern Butler County right now in southeast Missouri. But at this time, and current motion, yeah, if you take that to the north and east, maybe drop that a hair farther to the south. But yeah, so JC, thank you for doing this. Pulling us through Pemiscot County, giving you a heads up, folks. This is probably going to be a long-lived storm, meaning that it is producing a tornado right now, but it is likely to hold together for quite a while. So giving you also a heads up a little farther down the line, Union City, Tennessee. This is the Reelfoot Lake area. I would say Union City, Tennessee, you guys need to be prepared. Probably it's well, it's not 133. That takes you all the way out here. We'll say that's probably 50 miles away right now, maybe half that or so. So about 50 miles away. You've got maybe an hour before this makes it into parts of northwest Tennessee. And again, we're talking about Union City, possibly over towards the Martin, Tennessee area. That's Obion and Weakley counties here. You're not in a warning yet, but we want you to be prepared that this could be heading your way shortly. All right, so big storm there. Latest radar update showing that one. Watching more storms also developing near southern Butler County. And let's just widen out the view if we can. We've got more developing north of Little Rock, and the entire environment all through here very conducive for severe weather. In fact, very conducive. All the ingredients are there for significant severe weather tonight. So the possibility of not only tornadoes, we're talking about the possibility of strong tornadoes. So again, it's nothing to be scared of. It's not a time to panic, anything like that. We just want you to be prepared. We want you to have the plan. We want you to have a way to receive warning. All right, lots of warnings through the St. Louis metro area as well. All these red boxes that you see blinking, these are tornado warnings. Keeping an eye on a storm south of Rolla, Missouri, because if the current track would hold on that one, and we see that strengthen over the next couple of hours, that too could end up in parts of southwest Illinois. We're talking about track would put that close to Randolph, Perry, possibly Jefferson County. Once again, just a severe thunderstorm warning on that storm, but keep an eye on it because any of these storms that develop this evening could spin, could rotate. So something to watch there as well. And you'll even see more storms then over back into southwest Missouri, and some of those also having severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings on those cells. So just a lot to get to. And are we still getting reports, JC, from this storm here?
The latest reports are just still that we have gotten, again, a report of a large, possibly wedge tornado on the ground with that storm that we're continuing to track, maybe even a debris signature. And then the other thing to note that keeps coming up in some of the chats is that when we drag that line out further off into northwestern Tennessee and into western Kentucky, earlier when we were tracking that storm through Graves County and Callaway County, there's a chance that if this storm holds together, that it does make it through the same areas. So this is your warning well in advance. So if it's going to take you a little while to get somewhere, the time is now to start thinking about heading to that safe spot, wherever that may be.
Yeah, so we've been mentioning Hornersville, Missouri a lot with this storm. Some other communities that could be impacted from this would be Gilbert, Missouri, Sunrise, Temple's Corner, Channel, Holland, Douglas. Once again, Steele, you're likely going to be very close to the path of this storm as well. We're talking about Acorn Corner, Cottonwood, and Tyler. These are all communities in the Boot Heel of Missouri. And again, this storm right now getting ready to cross out of Arkansas, likely to cross over into the far southern Boot Heel of Missouri. So tornado warning that has prompted us to break in this evening for Dunklin County in southeast Missouri until 7:45. The tornado warning then has been also issued for Pemiscot County. That tornado warning will run until 8:15. And we are still seeing some strong signs of rotation with this storm. So it is something to really take seriously this evening. So likely you're going to pass between, once again, Hornersville, Arkansas, Hornersville, Missouri, and Blytheville, Arkansas. So that's the area we're talking about. Big Lake. That's the wildlife refuge there, Big Lake. It is going to be passing there very close. I know that's a really popular spot near Hornersville. Gilbert, Arkansas. We're talking about County Highway TT. If you live just outside of Gilbert on County Highway TT or near that, this is going to be passing very close to you shortly. Temple's Corner, if you live near County Highway or County Road 728 near Temple's Corner, this is going to be passing near you as well. And then Channel, Missouri, Sanford, all of these communities in the path of this storm as it continues to work its way to the north and east. So a very strong signature here that we possibly still have a tornado on the ground. Again, going to be moving through the Big Lake area shortly and then working its way to the north and east. These storms moving very quickly this evening, and more of them to come later on tonight as well.
And then we're going to go ahead and run another track on this storm here. You've heard us mentioning some of the towns all night long, but we're going to toss this up again. This is a look at some of the locations as this continues to push off to the north and east. If you see your town showing up, now again is the time to get to that safe spot. We keep mentioning, Hornersville, that's going to be there within the next couple of minutes, but Steele, Hayti likely going to be pushing maybe just to the south of you. And again, really strong rotation showing up with this one. And this is not a radar indicated storm. There has been confirmation that a tornado is on the ground at this time. That little circle that's showing up very close to those reds and greens that are very close together, that's a shear marker. Again, kind of helping us see, how tight some of that rotation is across the area. And even if we switch this over to reflectivity, we've got that nice hook, or that very defined hook that's still showing up in that area. So folks that are currently in, again, Hornersville, maybe Steele, Hayti, Caruthersville, the heaviest rain, or some heavy rain, is going to start to push into Steele in the next couple of minutes. If you're not seeing it already, then soon going to be followed by Caruthersville and Hayti. But what we're most concerned about is still that area of rotation. And again, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like it maybe even got a little brighter and tighter in this latest scan. Right now it is right on the border of Arkansas and southeastern Missouri. So going to be passing very, very close to Hornersville in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and National Weather Service out of Memphis is the area that covers this, saying that debris has been detected on radar, lofted quite high. We're talking about 12 to 14,000 feet. Debris that was lofted with this, and that picked up on radar. So that is a signal of the possibility here of a significant tornado. So a large tornado on the ground with this storm, again, going to be crossing out of Arkansas and moving into the far southern part of Dunklin County. And this is going to be the area that we're talking about, and a very defined hook, very defined area of rotation that we are watching there. So once again, Hornersville, the Big Lake area is right here, and that is a large wildlife refuge. It's going to be moving through there and then pushing to the east. Sunrise in Missouri. If you are in that area, if you're hearing your community listed here, you need to be seeking shelter, all right? So once again, large tornado on the ground, fairly significant tornado possibly on the ground with this storm. Heading over towards Steele, Caruthersville, you're in this tornado warning. Once again, tornado warning here for Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri. That warning runs until 8:15. Hayti to Caruthersville, and then Steele. I really think that this has its sights set very close to Steele, if we're being honest here, all right? So again, there's the Missouri-Arkansas line. Here's far southern Dunklin County. Hornersville is where this is going to be passing close to likely just south of town. But still, if you live in Hornersville, you don't have a lot of time. This tornado is almost to you, and you need to be seeking shelter immediately. Do not wait. Go ahead and seek shelter immediately. I don't know if we can zoom in as close as we can, JC, on this, get some of the smaller communities to plot in. Once again, what you're seeing, there's a shear marker show up, and this is an indication our radar is just picking up on the fact that we've got strong wind shear in there. And I don't know if we can even get a little bit closer. There are several smaller Gilberts here, Sunrise here. So again, this is approaching you very, very shortly, Gilbert to Sunrise. So if you live in these smaller communities, you need to be heading to safety immediately. There's County Road 730. this is going to be passing very close to that also. So strong area of rotation. It's moving over top of the Big Lake Wildlife Refuge management area there. So Gilbert, Sunrise, those areas are going to be impacted. There's County Road 730. I believe this is County Road, is that 728 or 726? This is County Highway TT that runs between Sunrise and Gilbert. This is going to be approaching you here in the next few minutes. Make sure that you are in shelter. And once again, we'll go through those safety precautions there. We want you to head to a basement or a storm shelter if possible. A lot of folks here, this is a lot of swampland. There's a lot of low water here and a lot of swamps through here, so a lot of folks don't have basements, so we want you to head to the lowest level of your home, and we want you to go to an interior room, all right? So we want you to go to a bathroom, a closet, a hallway. With a tornado like this, we want you to think about grabbing a bike helmet, a baseball helmet. Maybe your kids play baseball or softball and they've got a helmet laying around. We want you to take something to protect your head if possible. All right, if you live in a trailer, if you live in a mobile home, again, Sunrise to Gilbert here along County Highway TT, County Road there 726, County Road 730. If you live in these areas, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. In fact, you don't have a lot of time. This is passing just south of town right now, just south of Hornersville. This is a strong confirmed tornado on the ground, all right? So it just crossed out of Arkansas, now in the far southern Boot Heel. This is far southern Dunklin County in the Missouri Boot Heel. And again, there's County Highway TT. That's where we're going to see this be impacted here as well. We've also got Temple's Corner a little farther to the east. This is heading your way as well. So we're talking about Channel, Temple's Corner. This is likely going to stay in southeast Missouri right now. I think if you are in northeast Arkansas, Midway, this is going to stay north of you. This really looks like this is heading right at Gilbert right now, and really heading right at Sunrise and Gilbert, but likely to impact Gilbert here probably over the next 4 or 5 minutes. So if it takes you a second here, you really need to hunker down in Gilbert because this is heading your way. Zooming out just a bit, and I don't know if we can go just a little farther down the line and even zoom in once again just to get some of the smaller communities to plot in there. But there's Steele. And again, we've been talking about some of these smaller communities that could be impacted by this. Holland to Steele, Samford, Channel, Temple's Corner, and I really think if we go just a hair farther to the south, but Temple's Corner, Channel, Samford, all in the path of this. That's Hermondale there. Again, we are in far southern Dunklin County and even into Pemiscot County at that point. This is Steele here and could be moving into there very shortly. So I believe this is another state highway through here. So it'll be, that would be State Highway NN, State Highway NN, and then County Highway TT over there. Gilbert to Temple's Corner is where this is going to be heading next. JC, are we getting any more reports in?
A lot of reports that are coming in were from possible damage in the Monette area where we were watching this moving through a little bit earlier, and multiple reports, of course, of the tornado on the ground, which actually I believe the newsroom may have a picture of for us. We'll see if they can pop that up and we can show you what it's looking like.
Yeah, seeing quite a few damage reports come in from this, and possibly some fairly significant damage coming in with this out of northeast Arkansas. But once again, that is a extremely strong storm continuing to watch. So circulation has crossed the county line south of Hornersville, now in Dunklin County. So again, moving out of northeast Arkansas. We know that this is now into southeast Missouri. That is in Dunklin County, but folks that live in Pemiscot County also need to be ready for this storm. So we think this is heading towards Steele. We think this is possibly heading towards Caruthersville in just a bit. Anywhere from Caruthersville to Steele, this is where you need to be seeking shelter, all right? There's I-55 there. That would be on the I-55 corridor. Denton over towards Samford, Holland. That's State Highway F in Holland. That it will be moving there in just a bit. We've been talking about State Highway NN and Temple's Corner to Channel to Holland. All of these areas need to be prepared for a large, not only a large storm, but the possibility of a strong tornado still on the ground with this storm as well. Again, we continue to watch. We're just going to widen out the view if we can. JC, it's been a little while since we've gone over everything that's going on, and I just want to show you that right now into southern Illinois in particular, there's just not a lot of showers. We have not seen a lot of storms yet develop. What we have been mainly focused on is these storms right now to our south. watch the storms. We'll be watching the storms here in northeast Arkansas and right near the Arkansas-Missouri line, because there is some indication we could see those also develop and move to the north and east and make their way closer to western Kentucky here in just a bit. And then you'll notice through the St. Louis metro area, those red flashing boxes there, those are also tornado warnings. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning there south and east of Rollin. There's even more storms back into southwest Missouri. So we really think prime time, and we've really thought this for much of the evening and much of the forecasting over the last couple of days, would be focused for much of our region anywhere from about 8 to 1 a.m. And we're kind of getting into that window right now. So strong storm here in the Missouri Boot Heel. That's one we continue to track. That's the one we know has a confirmed large tornado on the ground and possibly a large long tracking tornado on the ground with that one. So we are seeing some reports out of northeast Arkansas near Jonesboro. I believe the community there near Monette, Arkansas. We're seeing quite a few reports come in. But this is the one that has prompted us to break into coverage. We'll be tracking more storms as well back to the west as they continue to develop. So let's go ahead and focus right back on the tornado warning. Again, it's southern Dunklin County. That is also the much of Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri also in the path of this storm. And the track on this then, again, would take this possibly into Lake County in northwest Tennessee. And then we've got Lake Weakley and Obion counties all right here in line in northwest Tennessee. So keeping an eye on those as this works its way through. Still strong rotation in there, maybe not as strong as what it was just a little while ago, but we have no indications that the tornado has picked up at this point. Can we go back over to debris and see if are we seeing any debris with this one? And again, moving through the Hornersville area, so heading towards Steele right now. And we've been talking about several of the communities here, Caruthersville to Steele. That's where this is going to be moving going to next. And I believe that we are looking at the radar still in Memphis, correct? So what we're seeing here is winds out ahead of this. That red color that you saw there is winds that are out ahead of this, moving away from the radar, those bright reds. And then on the back side of this, you have the rotation. And that's winds that are heading towards the radar. So we actually have the winds getting wrapped in behind this. And there it is. That's a tight rotation there to the east of Hornersville. So once again, Sanford, if you live in that community, if you are hearing your name, and there you go, it's wow. Still a strong debris signature. So what we're looking for debris on radar is this dark blue. We call that a correlation coefficient. When it starts to drop, that's an indication that radar is picking up on debris getting lofted up into the air. So we know that there's still a tornado on the ground with this storm. Again, as it just pushed through Hornersville, Arkansas, that's a very strong indication that we still have a tornado on the ground with this one. Hayti, Caruthersville, Steele. You guys are now next in line. Let's go ahead and zoom in. Leave it on correlation coefficient if we can, JC, and then zoom back in just to kind of give you an idea of this is the tornado here on the ground is right here. So it's moving through the Sunrise and Gilbert area right now. Temple's Corner, Channel, Sanford. This is New Survey. This is Covington. And this is Holland. So we are talking about communities here in the Missouri Boot Heel. And we are talking about southern Dunklin County. We're also talking about moving into the southern part of Pemiscot County shortly. Again, there is a large confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm, and likely a strong tornado as well here through Sunrise. We were talking a little while ago, National Weather Service saying that this debris was getting lofted as high as about 14,000 feet. That's an indication that we do have a large, strong tornado on the ground. So take this thing seriously, all right? If you live in Channel, if you live in Sanford, once again, this is a state highway here. If you live along any of these communities, you see your county road listed, County Road 483, County Road 485. If you see your, this is County Road 470 or 472 towards Denton. If you see your town listed, if you see your road listed, this storm is heading towards you. Once again, Covington, Denton, Sanford, Channel, all in the path of this storm. JC, are we getting any more reports on this one coming in?
You know, Nick, not seeing a whole lot of reports on this end. I have been kicked out for the moment, so trying to get that connected again. But what we do have is a picture from our newsroom. They say they've got that ready. Let's throw that up there and see if we can get a good look at it. And there it is.
That is obviously a tornado that's on the ground, and our producer's talking to my ear. This was near Monette, or was this near Bay, Arkansas, I believe? All right, so this was near Bay, Arkansas. That's close to the Jonesboro, Arkansas area. This is the same storm, and this is the same tornado that we are tracking, though, now making its way into the Missouri boot heel. So this is possibly a tornado that has been on the ground for a long time. All right, so a long tracking, long-lived storm, long-lived tornado. And one of the reasons we are staying with you this evening, making sure that you understand just how serious the situation is with this one. And again, this is the far southern Missouri boot heel. So again, if you are joining us this evening from southern Illinois, if you are joining us this evening really from other areas of southeast Missouri, if you're joining us from Cape Girardeau or Perryville, or even right now in Poplar Bluff, this is not impacting you at this time, all right? This is going to be the far southern boot heel of Missouri, just across the Arkansas line. So Steele, Missouri to Caruthersville next in line here. If it holds together, we were talking a little while ago, we put a track on this to the east, and we were saying that this could possibly head towards Union City, Tennessee, Martin, Tennessee. Hold together, that's where this would be heading, all right? So again, a very strong tornado here on the ground, running about 100, and take that a hair farther to the south, because I think it's going to end up being a little south of that with the right turn on it. But I really think Union City to Martin, Tennessee is probably what we're going to be talking about. Notice how large the tornado warning is, but a lot of times these are tracking more towards the north and east, but with the rotation, they take a 10... And there you go, latest update still showing strong rotation. Other thing to note here is we've actually got some more tornado warnings that have recently been plotted in out across parts of northeast Arkansas and north central Arkansas. So again, a lot of storms still developing in our region, still forming. And just to the west and northwest of us, we still have quite a few severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings there as well. So just a lot going on. I still think that we've even got more out across parts of southwest Missouri towards Branson right now. So we need to keep an eye on those storms. Again, we think that the severe weather threat could linger well into the early morning hours on Saturday. So possibly as late as about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, we could still be tracking some of these strong storms. But right now, the strongest one that we have seen, at least for the day locally, is the one currently moving through the Missouri boot heel. And that is actually going to be crossing the Dunklin and Pemiscot County line here over the next few minutes. All right, so this is going to once again be moving through Steele, near Steele, and we'll be crossing and really moving down State Highway 164. So Denton, Covington, Gibson, Steele, you guys are in the path of this storm, and then if it holds together and continues on its same track, I do have some concern that this could push pretty close to Gibson, Acorn Corner, Indian Mound, Stubbtown, Caruthersville, Kinfolks Ridge. If you're here in your community listed, if you're here in your village listed, you need to be seeking shelter, and you need to be thinking about getting out. If you live in a mobile home or a trailer, you need to be thinking about getting out of that and maybe trying to seek shelter in a more sturdy shelter. Maybe it's a friend or a relative. We're really giving the heads up to our folks in Caruthersville, again, Kinfolks Ridge, McCarty, Indian Mound, Stubbtown, McCullough, Acorn Corner, Cottonwood Point. All of these areas, again, this is in Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri. You need to be, it takes you a little while to get someplace, you need to be moving there now.
And again, just still tracking that area of rotation that is still showing up. Right now, it looks like it's just over, maybe just past County Road 733, going to be pushing over County Road 454. So going to be moving very, very close to Sanford and Denton, Covington. I know we've been saying these towns over and over. If you have heard your town name at any point, or you have seen your town on the map, you do want to make sure you're heading to that safe spot, whether it's a basement. Again, we urge you to not stay in a mobile home, go to a neighbor, or maybe somebody's open to shelter. Seek shelter. Don't stay in that mobile home. Again, that rotation is still showing up, and we've still had, again, this is a confirmed tornado that was on the ground. We did have that picture of it up for you earlier. And it's still showing some pretty tight rotation on the radar. So again, Gibson, a town that it's going to be impacting here shortly, or a community. We have County Road 431. There we go. There's that picture again. That was taken in Bay, Arkansas. So this is the tornado that we have been tracking. It has been very long-lived. And if it continues to hold together, we are expecting this to continue to impact more of some of our local communities. So Hayti, Caruthersville, you're still in this tornado warning. This warning does go until 8:15, but if it continues to hold together and continues to push off to the northeast, we're talking about it moving into some of those northwestern Tennessee counties. So maybe Ridgely, make sure you're getting prepared now. You are not in the warning at this time, but you are downstream from the storm if it continues to hold together.
And notice the National Weather Service actually here with this warning now going to a tornado emergency, meaning that we know that there's a large tornado on the ground, and that's a little more serious of an emergency here. So once again, a tornado emergency with this warning into Pemiscot County. And again, we are tracking this through the Missouri Boot Heel. So again, if you are just joining us this evening, Hayti, Missouri, Caruthersville. This is going to pass very close to Steele. This is the area that we continue to watch, and that is some extremely strong rotation. That is an indication of a large tornado on the ground, a strong tornado on the ground, all right? So JC was mentioning Ridgely, Tennessee. You're technically not in a warning yet, but we know this is heading towards you, so we want you to be prepared out ahead of this. Tiptonville, it looks like maybe this storm is going to stay south of you, but Caruthersville, it is heading towards you right now. This will be crossing I-55 shortly. Again, if you're just joining us, this is Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri. This is Lake County in western northwest Tennessee, and we will be watching that as well as it makes its way to the north and east. But right now, it looks like this storm is probably going to pass just to the north side of Steele in Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri and head towards Caruthersville. So large tornado, strong tornado on the ground. We know that. We've seen the picture there. This is a long tracking tornado. This is a long-lived tornado as well. So tracking that as it approaches the interstate, if you have some friends, you have some family in this area, make sure that they are aware of this storm heading towards them. This is a destructive tornado. We've seen some of the images coming in. We've seen some of the reports coming in, and a large tornado once again on the ground here with this one. So really anywhere from Hayti to Caruthersville, you need to be seeking shelter immediately because, again, large tornado with this one. If you live in a mobile home, if you live in a trailer, Hayti, Caruthersville, you need to get out of that. You need to seek shelter in a more sturdy shelter. We're talking about maybe a friend or a family member. And of course, you want to find a basement if you can, or a storm shelter if you can. If you can't do that, you want to get to an interior room of your home. We want you to find a bathroom, a closet, a hallway, someplace that is, and if you think about those rooms, we want you in a kind of tight space. We don't want the room to have any windows if that's a possibility. You want to really go towards the middle of the home. We want to put as much stuff between you and the tornado, all right? So to ride this out, you may also want to consider taking along a baseball helmet or a bike helmet, something to protect your head. But from Hayti to Caruthersville, we need to be taking this storm extremely seriously. So there's the interstate right there. Still getting an indication right now, probably just to the northwest of Steele, that this tornado is still on the ground. That blue dot you see here, that is still an indication that we have debris that is getting lofted high up into the air, crossing over, I believe that is Highway 412 right now, possibly there between, is that between Kennett and Hayti? We've got 412. This is going to stay just to the northwest of Steele. So again, anywhere from Hayti to Caruthersville right now really seems like the areas that are probably going to be impacted with this one right now. So north of Steele is where this is passing as we speak. Large tornado on the ground with this one. We'll be heading to the north and east. We're talking about Shade. We're talking about State Highway J. And the reason I stepped off here, I just want to get some of these state highways, give you an indication. Latest update here, once again, Shade, Blazer. Really seems like the track on this north and eastward would take it towards Caruthersville. So again, Caruthersville, tornado emergency with this storm. Hayti to Caruthersville. Take this thing seriously, all right? So Highway J, Shade, Stubbville, or Stubbtown here on I-55. That is State Route U. And then we've also got State Highway J, and then State Highway H, I believe, as well, farther to the south. So again, if you hear your community, if you hear your road named McCullough, Carlston, Schult, Caruthersville, Hayti, and southeast Missouri and Pemiscot County, this storm is heading towards you here very, very shortly. So strong supercell, strong thunderstorm, reports of tornadoes on the ground with this one all the way back towards the Jonesboro, Arkansas area. So this thing has a history of producing it. Again, radar actually picking up on debris being lofted high up into the air with this one. So we do know that this time that there is likely still a tornado on the ground. Again, that is currently passing just to the northwest of Steele. So yeah, current track really does put this very close to Hayti and Caruthersville, Ridgely, and eventually if it were to hold together, current track, I still think we need to take this seriously right now into Tiptonville, Tennessee, the Reelfoot Lake area, just looking down the line. We need to talk about Union City, Tennessee, Troy, Tennessee, Obion, Tennessee as well. You guys right now are not in a tornado warning. You would be next in line, though, for when this tornado and this storm moves eastward. So if it takes you a little while, once again, to move someplace and you need to go someplace to seek shelter, if you live in those communities, Union City, Troy, Obion, Tiptonville, Tennessee, Ridgely, Tennessee, all of these areas, if you're hearing it listed, you need to be thinking about heading to shelter. JC, continue to track this if you can to the east towards the Caruthersville area.
Chat of a tornado reported on the ground like we've been talking about, but seen from 55. So it looks like from exit 1 on I-55 we were able to spot a large tornado on the ground. So this is going to continue sticking with us. I mean, it's continuing to have that strong rotation. It's still showing up with us and tracking that path. We've said a lot of these towns, again, continuously. It is right now just past Vicksburg, so going to be pushing close to Blazer, Stubbtown, Schultz, and Caruthersville. Hathaway looks like it could go just south of you. You probably still want to make sure you're going to your safe place as well. Looks like Indian Mound. And looking further out, we keep pulling this out again a little bit further than those who are just in the warning, because while this warning goes until 8:15, the storm is really holding together very well and continues to be very, very strong. And the environment is still good for these tornadoes to thrive once they get going. So there's a good chance that this tornado warning gets extended quite a bit further as it continues to hold together. So right now, again, in the immediate vicinity is going to be Hayti and Caruthersville, but if we extend into Lake County in northwestern Tennessee, Ridgely, you would be next likely in that warning if it comes down, and extending even further back, maybe into Hornbeak, Troy, Obion, excuse me. And while we have been talking extensively, of course, on this, because we have had a confirmed tornado on the ground, just widening out the view one more time for folks who are tuning in from southern Illinois. We don't have a whole lot of activity right now, but we still have quite a few warnings that are well off to the west. Several severe thunderstorm warnings and even a couple of tornado warnings, and that is expected to continue to push into the area. That same thing goes for some counties off into our south. So we've been talking about Arkansas quite a bit this evening. We do have still several tornado warnings that we are tracking. These are going to continue to push off to the north and east, so making their way into possibly southeastern Missouri and western Kentucky. And it looks like, here we go. So you heard us talking about, again, this being extended possibly into northwestern Tennessee, and it has been now. So that tornado warning has now been extended until 8:45 tonight, and that includes Lake County in northwest Tennessee and Obion County in northwest Tennessee as well. So that has officially been warned. So now Ridgely, we've been talking about you a little bit tonight. You are now in this tornado warning. So hopefully you are already to your safe space. But if you are not, you want to be heading there. Sandburg, Hornbeak, Tiptonville, Spout Springs, you are all in this tornado warning. And this, again, has been a confirmed tornado on the ground. Several reports have been coming in our way. So this is confirmed, and it's a very serious situation. You'll want to make sure you're taking this one very seriously.
Yeah, very concerned here on the backside of this that possibly even we've been detecting debris here, and you were talking about some of these storms now to our south and west as well. So keeping an eye on those. Of course, we've got some more storms in developing just behind this one, and we can see those out across parts of northeast Arkansas there. So we've got some more storms that are developing here that will be moving into southern Butler County, and those also tracking the north and east. Once again, the atmosphere out here is primed for severe weather. So yes, we are mainly focused on this storm right now, moving through the Missouri Boot Heel, heading towards northwest Tennessee. Again, new tornado warning there for parts of Lake and Weakley counties, I believe there, and Union City, Tiptonville, Tennessee. This is heading towards you shortly, but keeping an eye on more storms that are also developing here in northeast Arkansas, and then eventually going to be crossing into southern Butler County here in just a bit. We're trying to get our live camera pulled up here right now. This is going to be a live view from Poplar Bluff. And right now, this storm is going to be passing likely just south of Poplar Bluff. This is going to be one, and you can see the flashes of lightning out here. So right now, Poplar Bluff, you're not under a warning, but keep an eye on this storm, especially south of Poplar Bluff. I believe there's the Naylor area, there's the Fisk area. Culin is in this area as well in southern Butler County. No warning on this storm, but a strong storm there as well. So something to keep in mind. We'll continue to monitor as these develop upstream. But let's go back to radar if we can. Let's go back to the wall, because I really am concerned here for this storm moving through Pemiscot County, moving through and heading towards Hayti and Caruthersville. This area, this is just a supercell with some large hail possibly falling here. But our main concern is going to be right back in this area, all right? It's going to be right back in this back corner. That is where we have the inflow notch. That's the area of rotation. The possibility here that we could even be seeing a debris ball get picked up on radar, all right? So that's an indication, once again, of a large tornado that is on the ground. We've had confirmation of that. So once again, Hayti to Caruthersville, this is heading into your neck of the woods. Let's go upstream if we can. Tiptonville, Sandburg, and we're talking about Sandburg here in northwest Tennessee. Union City, Tennessee, you're not in a warning yet, but we're just trying to give you a plenty of time, plenty of heads up that this storm has produced a tornado that has been on the ground for quite some time, all right? So right now, moving through Hayti, Caruthersville, we'll be crossing the Mississippi River into northwest Tennessee shortly, and heading towards Ridgely and heading towards Tiptonville. So new tornado warning there for Lake County in northwest Tennessee, and we also have Obion County here in northwest Tennessee. So again, Troy, Tiptonville, the Reelfoot Lake area is right in here, if you're familiar with this area, and this is a tornado that is going to be heading towards you. But right now, this has its sights set on, if you are in Hayti, if you are in Caruthersville, if we can, JC, let's zoom in as tight as we can on this and really get an indication of where this is going to be crossing. So there's the interstate. That's I-55 there. Carlston is going to be moving through you here shortly. That really thinks this is likely going to pass just to the south of Hayti and possibly just to the north, kind of split the two communities there, Hayti and Caruthersville. But Carlston to Schultz, you're in the path of this. And then if we continue to work our way eastward, this is the Mississippi River right here, and that's Hathaway. And once again, a very strong rotation with this. And again, we do have multiple reports, large tornado. This is a tornado emergency that the National Weather Service has issued because we know that there's a large tornado on the ground with this one. Carlston and Schultz, it's moving through you right now. Hathaway, Tennessee, this is moving towards you. You do not have a whole lot of time before it is going to be moving into your region as well. So we're going to continue to stay with you, keep you up to date with this storm. Looking for some reports to come in and continue to see some reports of the possibility of still a tornado on the ground with this one. I think we have to take this as that there's still a tornado on the ground. Sometimes it takes a little while, especially at night. There's not a lot of ways to spot a tornado at night unless you've got the power flashes. So a lot of times it can be, even though it may go 10 minutes without a report, I think we have to treat this like it still has a tornado on the ground. So once again, Ridgely, Tennessee, you guys need to be seeking shelter because this storm right now crossing the Mississippi River as we speak, and will be heading your way shortly.
And you know, Nick, as You mentioned you were talking a little bit about visibilities, and at night, I know a lot of folks were talking about, heading out and sitting on their front porch and watching these storms. Well, when these storms roll through tonight, they're going to be moving, one, very, very quickly, and two, it's going to be very dark. It's not a night that you want to go out and try to see the storm. You want to actually, even before some of those warnings are issued, you want to try to get to your safe space in advance, because again, these are moving very, very quickly, and if you were able to see it by that time, you may not have time to get to your safe space as this is moving through. So again, out ahead of this storm, we're continuing to watch, some of the areas that are a little bit further downstream. It looks like this is moving very close to Hayti. Again, right now, 55 seems to be popping up quite a bit, and it's going to continue to push off to the north and east, moving very close to, looks like Ridgely. And if we go even further downstream, we're talking about Hornbeak, Sandburg, Tiptonville. If we zoom in a little bit closer, Webb Chapel, Keefe, Winburg, Haynes, Maddie, Minnick. So again, Jacksonville, if you see your community showing up on this map, this is the time to make sure you're seeking shelter. And again, heading to cover, we've got a really strong hook showing up here along with that rotation. And again, that tornado has been confirmed for folks that are near 55 and just north of, again, Hayti, maybe just north and east. It looks like that's the area where we could see some hail coming down, so it's probably very, very loud in that area. Some of that likely going to start to push just to the north of Ridgely within the next couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, and this is by far the strongest storm on radar that we are tracking this evening. Once again, tornado warning in southeast Missouri, now also tornado warning for Lake County in northwest Tennessee and Obion County in northwest Tennessee. That tornado warning runs until 8:45. Those tornado warnings, that is I believe a tornado emergency that continues for those areas as well, as this storm would be sitting almost on top of Hayti right now. Really think this is going to be passing close to anywhere from Tiptonville to Ridgely is likely where this has its sights set on here next. So crossing the Mississippi River shortly and then working its way to the north and east. So this is going to be moving into Lake County shortly as well. New Madrid County, if you're in New Madrid County, your warning is probably going off. Your sirens might be going off in New Madrid. Your weather radio might be going off. Your phone might be going off in New Madrid or Marston. But this storm is going to stay south of you. There is a small sliver of New Madrid County that is included in this warning, all right? So this storm is going to stay south of New Madrid. The south is going to stay south of Marston as well. So continuing to watch this one again as it tracks to the north and east. This is really going to be a storm that likely impacts parts of northwest Tennessee. So again, a large tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground with this one. Take it seriously because this one has a report or a history of reports of lots and lots of damage all the way back into parts of northeast Arkansas through the Jonesboro area. I've got a few friends that are sending me pictures in Jonesboro, Arkansas right now, actually, of that when this storm moved through, had a large tornado on the ground. So this is a storm that has been producing a large, a destructive tornado. It's been on the ground for quite a while. And one of the reasons we are with you this evening, and we want you to take this extremely seriously.
And we have plotted just very quickly a track on this storm, some of the towns that we've been talking about showing up in that little box there. About 15 minutes maybe for Tiptonville. These are, again, estimates on some of those time frames, so you don't have a whole lot of time. And again, we keep getting reports of power flashes, which is something that Nick mentioned earlier. At nighttime, that's one of the only ways that you're going to be able to see that this tornado is coming. And we have gotten several reports at this time that they are experiencing quite a bit of that right now.
Yeah, and see one of the reports come down of semis that are rolled over right now on I-55 that was near Hayti. in southeast Missouri. So seeing a report there of semis that are rolled over on the interstate as this crossed over at Haytime, Missouri. So once again, they reported a massive, they reported a large wedge tornado on the ground. And as JC mentioned, numerous explosions, possible power flashes. So that's one of those things that we know that there's a tornado on the ground when you start seeing those power flashes. So this crossed over I-55 right near Haytime there, and now making its way to the north and east. So again, Tiptonville to Sandburg, you're next in line with this one, and it is going to impact you shortly if you live in these communities. Once again, we want you to be taking this seriously. We want you to be heading to your safe spot. You've got maybe a few minutes in Tiptonville. You've got a few minutes in Sandburg, but you need to be heading to shelter immediately, all right? Spout Springs, you are also in the path of this storm. I would say anywhere from Hornbeak to Sandburg to Tiptonville to Estes Pond here. Once again, the Reelfoot Lake area. Maybe you're camping out this evening. It was a nice evening, nice warm day today. Maybe you're camping in this area. You need to be heading to a sturdy shelter now, all right? Spout Springs, Clayton, also in the path of this storm. Moving to the northeast, moving about 45 miles per hour. JC, you've got something else to pass along?
Yeah, this is a little bit of a late report when we were talking about Monette earlier. Still important to throw out there. We are getting a report of a nursing home that has possibly collapsed. And again, while this is now moved out of that area, this is the same storm that caused some of that damage. So again, a very serious situation right now.
Yeah, let's go ahead and widen out the view if we can, JC, and just kind of give everybody a rundown of what we're watching right now. If you're just joining us, what we've been breaking in and what we've been tracking is a large tornado that is on the ground, it moved out of northeast Arkansas. It's crossed now the Missouri Boot Heel. That is heading into northwest Tennessee. So family, friends that you have in Tiptonville, Tennessee, Union City, Tennessee, you need to call them. You need to give them a heads up that this is heading their way, all right? Right now, southern Illinois, very quiet. I can hear the winds picking up outside. These are outside thunderstorms. We're still expecting winds even outside the thunderstorm of maybe 35 to nearly 40 miles per hour from the south. We are tracking storms that are developing Poplar Bluff northward now into the northern part of Stoddard County. The environment that these storms are forming in is very conducive to severe weather. So we'll continue to keep an eye on some of these storms developing as we are watching them. Again, the environment there, we could see some of those right now. There's no warnings on those though. However, to our west and northwest, we are also tracking some storms through the St. Louis metro area. Looks like now a tornado warning that does include the north side of St. Louis, possibly even downtown St. Louis in that one. So once again, if you do have family and friends maybe that went out this evening, they made the trip to St. Louis, call them, make sure that they're okay there. Out to our west, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings out on I-44, Lebanon, Missouri, over towards Rolla, a tornado warning just northeast of Branson, Missouri. So those are still to our west. Those are the storms that are most likely to impact places like Madison, Perry County in southeast Missouri, Jackson, Perry County into parts of southern Illinois later on this evening. But continuing to track multiple storms that are developing. And notice even into northeast Arkansas, closer to Jonesboro. Once again, Jonesboro, Arkansas. We were talking about the reports there for Monette of quite a bit of damage from this large tornado. They're under another tornado warning right now as this storm moves through, all right? So let's go ahead and this is a live view from Poplar Bluff out of KPOB, our tower there in Poplar Bluff, and one of those storms moving through. One thing that going into this was so impressive, just from our perspective, is when we talk about the month of December, we don't think about the warm, humid air. And you could really just feel the humidity this afternoon, and you knew that the atmosphere was going to be primed for severe storms. So one thing that you may not be accustomed to with storms, even in December, is just the amount of lightning. And this is almost a springtime setup where you have just a ton of lightning. You've got warm temperatures. You've got the humid air. Again, live view outside of our studio, or outside of on our tower cam in KPOB in Poplar Bluff, showing a strong storm moving there with a lot of lightning. Storm, JC, you're zooming in on a storm through Jonesboro, Arkansas right now.
Yeah, Nick, I have some growing concerns because we have been tracking, this long-lasting, strong tornado that has been on the ground. And just behind that, zooming in a little bit further, again, off to the south and west, some of these, we have a tornado warning, again, in a very similar location to where we've already seen that storm roll through. So if you're located in some of those areas that we were even calling out earlier, I believe we did say Paragould, Hornersville, Steele, again, even though you had the first storm roll through, there's a good chance that we see another one coming through within the next 30 minutes to an hour or so. So make sure you're still alert. The threat for you is certainly not over.
Yeah, and this storm that's moving now into Lake County in northwest Tennessee, still showing signs that we have a large tornado on the ground with it. All right, so once again, still seeing some reports come down, as JC mentioned. We had another report, a spotter reported that a tornado hit a semi on I-55 south, about 1.5 miles south of Hayti, Missouri. So that as it passed through there, it says I-55 southbound, they believe, is closed right now due to some of the damage from this tornado as it passed through. So continuing to watch this one, still seeing some signs that we probably still have a tornado on the ground with it. Once again, this is going to be crossing the river right now. If we can go back over to correlation coefficient from the Memphis office, I think we can get a pretty good idea that there is still a tornado on the ground here. So Tiptonville to Ridgely, we're talking about this area, this dark dot right here. That is debris getting picked up on the radar. That is debris getting lofted high up into the air, and at times this tornado has lofted debris up to nearly 15,000 feet. So we're talking about not just a weak tornado, we're talking about a strong tornado here, and it has been on the ground for a very long time. All right, Sandburg, Hornbeak, you guys are next in line for this. Again, this is probably going to pass very close to Tiptonville, possibly just the south side of town there, and then continue to the north and east. Again, we've been trying to give folks down the line, even not in the tornado warning, a heads up that this is coming your way. So Union City, Tennessee, get ready. This storm is heading your way, all right? Woodland Mills, Clayton, Union City, Tennessee, Rives. If you live in any of these areas right here, just south of the Kentucky line right now, you need to be prepared, all right? So from Troy to Hornbeak, this storm is heading your way as well. Let's go ahead and zoom back in right here if we can. And what you're seeing actually there on radar, if you go back to that on reflectivity, is a debris ball right back here in the back. So that is, again, an indication of a very large tornado that is currently on the ground with this one, all right? So there's Tiptonville. Here's Ridgely. This is going to pass very close to Tiptonville, probably just south of town. Zoom in just a hair more if we can, JC, so I can get this road here. Main road, it looks like State Route 78 South is what I believe that is. State Route 78 South. There's Winburg and Haines in northwest Tennessee. Mooring, this tornado is moving into your neck of the woods right now, all right? You don't have any time. If you live in a mobile home or trailer, you really don't have time to get out and try to seek shelter. If you live in a home and you can find shelter in a basement, now's the time to go there, all right? Winburg to Haines is where this is going to be moving through next. And again, we're talking about this area right back in here. That is actually radar picking up on debris. So we know there's a big tornado on the ground with this storm. Further to the east, farther down the line here, we've got Blue Bank, Sandburg, Hornbeak, and again, Spout Springs. You guys are going to be in the path of this storm. And then right now, again, Union City, Tennessee, not under a tornado warning, but this storm likely to be heading your way. If it holds together and it continues to show signs of strong rotation, and we don't have any reason to believe that that won't be the case, it is going to be heading towards you. I would even say if you live to the north, even into parts of Fulton County, near Fulton, Kentucky, or if you live near Hickman, Kentucky, I believe is a little farther to the north. But if you live in these communities through here, near the Kentucky-Tennessee line, you also need to be seeking shelter, or at least thinking about heading where, or at least thinking about where you would head in case of a warning, or in case this storm heads your way. But we really think right now this is heading towards Union City, Tennessee. JC putting a storm track on this. And if it were to continue to the north and east, yeah, we could get this into Graves or Callaway County. We're probably a little ways away from that, probably at least a half an hour, maybe 45 minutes before it would get there, and possibly even longer than that. But so yeah, well, we're talking about 45 miles per hour, so that's about 90. So yeah, you probably have a little over an hour before you get to places like Murray. But again, a strong storm moving into Lake County here in northwest Tennessee, and eventually moving into Obion County as well. So again, moving over Reelfoot Lake, or close to it right now, and then heading farther to the east, and we'll start to cross out of Lake County and into Obion County. Are we getting any more reports coming in? JC, again, this is going to pass, I know, very close to Tiptonville.
Yes, and you know, the latest report that has just come in was from a Lake County deputy. He or she has a visual on the tornado southwest of Windberg. So again, we've been talking a lot about some of those towns, and Windberg is one of those that continues to show up. So let's zoom in a little bit closer again, so we can see some of those smaller communities, again, moving into Windberg right now, right over mooring. Again, hopefully you are in your safe place already. We've got going to be passing somewhere between, I would guess, Burris Landing and Keefe, again, directly over Windberg. Going to be moving very close to Tiptonville, Lake Drive, Blue Bank. So if you are in any of these communities, make sure you are, again, in your safe spot. Another road that keeps coming up is State Route 78 South, it looks like. And still, I mean, this really, Nick, you can chime in a little bit if you want. This is really not shown any signs of weakening this far. The atmosphere is really just kind of primed for these storms to, if they really get going like this, to continue to hold together.
Yeah, and that's been extremely impressive. You know, this may have picked up briefly in a few spots, but overall this has almost been a continuous tornado on the ground for quite a while. And we're talking about going all the way back into northeast Arkansas, crossing over the Missouri Boot Heel, and now moving into northwest Tennessee. So you mentioned that there was a sheriff's deputy. He was mentioning that the tornado at his time was watching it cross the Mississippi River, but all indications still showing that this tornado is on the ground moving at Windberg right now. Lake Drive, Blue Bank, Keefe, all moving your way. Down the road, we're talking about Sandburg. Again, we're talking about Webb Chapel, Sitter Corner, Ronnie's Store, and all of these areas, Spout Springs. And again, this is going to pass very close to Tiptonville at the current track. It's going to pass very close to that. Getting ready to cross over State Route 78 South right now. Should be hitting Windberg as we speak. And then again, next up would be Lake Drive to Blue Bank is where we think this is heading next. And
then just jumping in very, very quickly, our very far eastern counties off into western Kentucky, Caldwell County. Tornado warning has been issued until 9 p.m. tonight. And again, this just sort of clips the most eastern edge of Caldwell County, so almost out of the viewing area at this time, and still doesn't look quite as strong as what we're tracking off into southeastern Missouri. But a new warning has been issued, again, for Caldwell County off into western Kentucky and until 9 p.m. tonight.
And a new tornado warning on the storm that we've been tracking there in northwest Tennessee right now. That is the northern part there of Obion County. That is a new tornado warning that has just been plotted in. And again, we've been warning you if you live in Union City, but right now they've left you out of the warning. They have included Woodland Mills, Clayton, and they've taken it up to the Kentucky line. So I want to go ahead and give a heads up to folks, maybe even into parts of western Kentucky here. We could see this very close to the Kentucky-Tennessee line. Again, Fulton, Kentucky, could see this close to you. So anywhere from Union City to Fulton to Woodland Mills, Clayton, Hickman, Casey. All of you guys need to be thinking about this tornado as it continues to work its way to the north and east. Again, no indications that we've seen this at this point lift. We still believe that there is a tornado on the ground with this one as it heads just on the south side right now as we speak. And JC, we can go back over to correlation coefficient if we want and try to find the debris signature. But just south of Tiptonville, Tennessee right now is where this is moving through. And still that dark dot. The dark blue is what we call a debris signature, or a debris ball. And what that means is radar's actually picking up on anything that it may be leaves, it could be trees, who knows what it is, getting lofted up into the air. And at times we've seen that the debris has been lofted as high as about 15,000 feet. So we know that there's a large tornado on the ground here. And the National Weather Service now taking the tornado warning even in here for Hickman. And I believe this is Hickman County and this is Fulton County here. in parts of western Kentucky. So we've been warning you in Union City, Tennessee, and I still want you to take this seriously. National Weather Service taking this a little farther to the north there, and is going to be crossing into western Kentucky here in just a bit. So Hickman, Clinton, Fulton, if you live here, you know your communities. Once again, 125 there is going to be one of those roads that could be impacted from this, but a new tornado warning that has been issued for these counties as well until 9:30. But right now, moving through Tiptonville, Tennessee, and moving through the Reelfoot Lake area shortly. Still large tornado on the ground there. All indications that we still have debris, and watching that move to the north and east. So large tornado, long tracking tornado. Going back over to reports, we had reports that there was possibly some major damage near the Hayti area, that Interstate I-55 had been closed at times with some semis that were overturned as this tornado passed by. We know that it was still on the ground as well as it was crossing over the Mississippi River. And again, still quite a few indications that we are still seeing debris get lofted with this storm. But moving through the Tiptonville area right now, just on south side of town, and heading towards Sandburg, Spout Springs, Clayton, Grays Camp, and then again, new tornado warning now for Clinton and or for Clinton, Kentucky, Hickman, Fulton counties, Hickman counties, both in the new tornado warning that runs until about 9:30. So there's Clayton, there's Spout Springs, there's Sandburg, again, Grays Camp, Philippi, Tyler. Let's see, down the line, we'll continue that one to the north and east, and Woodland Mills. We are seeing some, just the last couple of radar scans here, JC, that maybe the rotation not quite as tight as what it was. However, we still want you to take this seriously. We want you to treat this that there is still a tornado on the ground at this point. I'm seeing some indications that maybe the debris signature is not as strong as what it was just a few minutes ago, but we want you to take this seriously. We're talking about the area right back in here. Again, if you are in Grays Camp, if you're in Estes Pond right now, not only are you seeing some heavy rain, I'm sure you can hear the hail coming down. Very characteristic here of the north side of a supercell with hail on the north side. But it's going to be right back into this area near Tiptonville that we are most concerned with. That's where we're going to find that rotation. Once again, what we're tracking here, the radar is winds that are heading towards the radar. That's south winds. I believe we're taking from the Paducah radar at this point. These are south winds. That's winds heading towards the radar. Backside here, these are winds heading away from the radar. So the bright greens, the bright reds, an indication that we've got very strong rotation there in that storm cell, and that has prompted this tornado warning. It has prompted a tornado emergency several times with this storm as it now continues to work its way to the north and east. So again, new warning out, Water Valley, Clinton, Fulton, Kentucky, Hickman, Kentucky, all in the path of this storm. And I really even think in Union City, Tennessee, you guys need to be considering this storm as well, because again, these have a tendency to make a little bit more of an eastward turn. So something to watch there. JC, let's go ahead and zoom back out. For those that are just joining us this evening, what we've been talking about is a tornado warning, parts of Missouri, Boot Heel, northwest Tennessee, and parts of western Kentucky. We continue to watch more storms developing right now back into southeast Missouri. Again, the atmosphere primed here for severe storms. We're also watching, look at all the severe thunderstorm warnings here. That's the orange blinking boxes, and then we've got the red boxes. Tornado warning now to the north and east of Branson, Missouri. That's a storm we've been tracking for a little while as well. I know that's had a tornado warning on it for quite a while. So we've got a while to go before we think the threat is likely going to end. And I think we're really in the prime time for severe weather here locally, but that threat may continue as late as about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning for some folks. So again, we are going to stay with you as long as we feel that there is a threat for that, and we want to keep you safe this evening and make sure that you are aware of what's going on. But large tornado, large storm here, again moving through northwest Tennessee, and seeing any reports come down. Were you able to get chat back up here? But tracking this now to the north and east, and again, what we're talking about is this area just south of Estes Pond. It just moved through the Tiptonville area. It's heading towards Grays Camp, Spout Mills, and the Clayton, Tennessee. Sandburg, you guys are in the line with this storm also.
You know, we do continue to get some reports coming in behind this storm. So, you know, we were talking a little bit about Monette and Leach. We were talking a little bit about Leachville and Monette earlier today as the storm was rolling through. We are getting some reports of possible injuries, where we're getting the reports that the nursing home was hit. We're going to have to continue to monitor that. And then possibly a gas leak in Leachville again. So a very serious storm as it continues to push off to the north and east. I know that this warning keeps continuing to get extended a little bit further into our viewing area. So again, just looking downstream at some of these communities that are popping up. We're going to just kind of keep recapping them. That way, if you're just tuning in and you're just now hearing your community name, you want to make sure you are headed to your safe space as early as you can. Sandburg, Spout Springs, Gray's Camp, Clayton, Woodland Mills. You are also, again, in this warning, and this does extend not just through some of our northwestern Tennessee counties, but we've been talking about it extending up into western Kentucky as well. So Hickman also in this warning, Moscow, Casey, Clinton, Crutchfield. It is extended pretty far because this has held together for quite some time. This is, again, a very impressive storm here. And Nick, we were just talking a couple of minutes ago about it looking a little bit weaker as far as rotation, and it really it's looking like it's tightening up and ramping up again just there to the northwest of Sandburg.
And that's so often the case where we do see these storms. They may weaken briefly, what we call a process called recycling, and where it cycles through, and we see maybe a tornado lifts, but then it produces another tornado down the road. So again, just because we were saying, hey, a minute ago it may be weakening a little bit, we know that this thing, as it was moving through the south side of Tiptonville, had a tornado on the ground. So it may still have a tornado on the ground. It may be getting ready to drop another tornado on the ground as well. So again, we need to take this seriously. From Sandburg to Spout Springs, that's where this is heading next. All right, so we've got some more tornado warnings as well to the south and west of that. So some of these areas that are dealing with severe weather right now, there's a possibility where you could have another round move through here in just a bit. So don't let your guard down even after the first round moves through, all right? But this is going to make its way out of northwest Tennessee, and this storm likely eventually going to track into parts of western Kentucky. But seeing the storm there once again through Jonesboro, Arkansas, and watching that storm as it shows strong rotation. We're just trying to give folks a heads up. But this is a storm that we saw the first one moved south of Jonesboro. This one is actually going to move to the north side of Jonesboro, Arkansas. So watching this one move through, and this also would move into the Missouri boot heel in just a bit. So again, giving our folks in the Dunklin County area from Paragould, Arkansas over towards Hornersville. I know we said Hornersville a lot just a little while ago. Trying to give you guys a heads up that there could be another storm here that is capable of producing a tornado moving your way here in just a bit. But watching this one as well make its way to the north and east, continuing to see that the National Weather Service from Memphis is still saying that there is a tornado on the ground here with this one in northwest Tennessee. So let's go back to that one if we can. Quickly, JC, that one is there again in Obion County. It's going to be moving out of Lake County and into Obion County. And that one as well, Lake County, northeast, let's see here. All right, yep, and we continue to see law enforcement. So there's several storms here that are right now, like National Weather Service Memphis is tracking. So we are watching this storm. We think there's possibly still a tornado on the ground. If not, it's probably close to it. Again, we know that it has a history of that, so we want to take it seriously. Gray's Camp, Spout Springs, Clayton, Woodland Mills, you guys are all in the path of this storm. Walnut log there. Looks like this is going to stay just to the north there of Roney's store, and really looks like this is centered right up on top of Spout Springs.
And then going downstream a little bit after moving towards Spout Springs. Next down the line is we're going downstate. Looks like State Route 22. Clayton, maybe passing just to the north of Dixie and Fremont. But when I say that, you also still need to be heading to your safe space as this continues to push off to the north and east. Further downstream, Crystal, is popping up quite a bit. Looks like Lancaster Road, Clayton Road, Mount Olive Road, Woodland Mills also in this tornado warning. And then again, it does cross into western Kentucky. So if we go way downstream, a little bit further downstream, we're talking about Casey, Moscow, Hickman. Again, this is a very serious situation. We have had confirmed reports of this tornado on the ground. We've received pictures, possible damage. So we want to take this one seriously, and the sooner that you can head to your basement, the better. Again, we talk about it all the time. If you're in a mobile home and you're located downstream, don't wait till that warning is issued to get out and head to your neighbors or maybe a storm shelter. Now is the time to do that. And then if we continue to pull this out, we've drawn a little bit of a line a couple of times tonight. If I extend a line from the rotation and pull it again to the north and east, there's a good chance this storm does make its way into Graves County in western Kentucky, so you've still got some time before that gets there, but you don't want to wait till last minute. We're going to continue to track this and stay with you as reports come in. Nick, have you seen any new reports? I keep getting reports of a possible tornado maybe still on the ground with this storm, which would not be surprising. We do still have some very, very tight rotation showing up.
Yeah, you know, and that's probably going to be the case here. Again, what we're watching is multiple storms. And if we let's just go ahead and zoom back out if we can, JC, because there are more storms that are developing. There's a lot of folks dealing with a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning, probably wondering if this is going to impact them as well. And to our north and west right now, St. Louis metro area, you guys are dealing with, they're dealing with a lot of storm activity. We're watching some tornado warnings up into that area, severe thunderstorm warnings as well to the west, and severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings also out across parts of southwest Missouri. Continue to watch this line of storms develop just pushing through the Poplar Bluff area. We've also got tornado warnings to our east out across parts of central Kentucky. Right now into southern Illinois. Notice we are tracking some showers, maybe a few thunderstorms embedded in that, but the strongest storms at this point are moving through parts of the Missouri Boot Heel and really south of Cape Girardeau in southeast Missouri. And then the strongest storm that we have right now in our region is actually moving through parts of northwest Tennessee, and it's going to cross over from Tennessee and into Kentucky shortly. And that is a tornado warning that continues for those counties. And as JC mentioned, right now we've got Hickman County in that, Fulton County in western Kentucky in that warning. And then that storm would also then continue to push close to Graves County here in just a bit. We've got tornado warnings as well back into northeast Arkansas through the Jonesboro, Arkansas area, Paragould, Arkansas, getting ready to move in there. These are areas that have already seen one round of severe weather, and we will likely see these storms then move into the Missouri Boot Heel. So once again, from Kennett southward, we've been talking about Hornersville in southeast Missouri. They saw a tornado push through there just a little while ago. This storm will be moving close to them. But what we are staying with you this evening for is a tornado warning that continues for northwest Tennessee and will actually now make its way out of Tennessee and into Kentucky here in just a bit. So we'll be crossing the state line into Fulton and Hickman County. So again, we've been saying Spout Springs, it's on top of you right now. There's the area of rotation we have been tracking right back in here. Still showing signs of strong rotation. JC, can we go back over to correlation coefficient, see if we're still seeing any signs of debris with this? And not seeing the debris signature that we had just a little while ago. So maybe some good news with that. But at this point, we still need to treat this extremely seriously. From Hickman to Woodland Mills to Casey to Moscow. You guys are all in the path of this. Clayton, Tennessee, you're in the path of this. Right now, north side of this, Anna Lynn. Even I would say you guys are seeing some extremely heavy rain, likely some hail. But we really think that the rotation is probably going to stay just south of you. But anywhere from Hickman to Woodland Mills to Casey to Moscow need to be thinking about heading to shelter. And we'll go through those safety rules once again. We're talking about a basement. We're talking about a storm shelter. If you live in these communities that you continue to hear your name, your town's name mentioned, you need to be heading there now, right? Even down the road and down the line. We're talking about Crutchfield. And then we're also talking about communities like Water Valley and Fulton as well. So again, this area of rotation maybe not as strong as what it was a little while ago, but we could see it re-strengthen here. It would not take much to re-strengthen and possibly see another tornado prompted out of that as well. But once again, along 125, Woodland Mills to Hickman is probably where this is going to pass through and then head over towards Casey. And again, this storm we know has a history of producing a very large tornado. It was on the ground for quite some time through northeast Arkansas, through the Missouri Boot Heel, through parts of northwest Tennessee, and continuing to work its way to the north and east. So head to your basement, head to your storm shelter. If you don't have those and you've got you want to get to the bottom floor of your home, you want to find an interior room. We're talking about a bathroom, a closet, a hallway. If you live in a mobile home, you live in a trailer, we want you to get out of that and seek shelter as well. But Woodland Mills to Casey is where this is going to be passing. Again, anywhere from Hickman, 125 Woodland Mills. If you live in these areas, Clayton, it's almost on top of you right now. We want you to take this seriously and think about heading to shelter immediately.
And we are getting a couple of reports still filtering in of possible damage. Maybe looks like back in Sandburg. Nick, I don't know if you can read that report.
Yeah, it looks like the possibility there.
Fire station.
Fire station took a direct hit. Okay. And, you know, we are getting some reports in, and we will try to get as well some pictures to show of that as well to confirm that. But there is a report there from Obion County in Tennessee of that the fire station was hit and that they may have sustained some major damage. So, of course, something that we do not like to hear or to see. But that is the storm that we continue to track there. So again, that's the one that is moving through Spout Springs, and there it was as it was moving through Sanford. That big dark blue dot you see right on top of Sanford, that is the debris signature from the storm. All right, so working its way to the north and east, you could see where it possibly did not show as strong of debris signature. That doesn't mean there's not a tornado on the ground, but at least maybe wasn't lofting the debris quite as high, or there wasn't as much debris that it was lofting up. But again, that storm is going to pass close to Union City, probably stay just northwest of Union City. It looks like at this point sitting right on top of Clayton and heading towards Woodland Mills.
Again, yeah, like you already mentioned, Nick, right on top of Clayton right now, continuing to track off to the northeast. Woodland Mills going to be next within that path. It looks to me like maybe passing just to the south of Brownsville. And then down the line, we're talking about Casey, Moscow, Crutchfield. Again, this is a very long-lasting storm that we've continued to follow, and we continue to get reports from after this moves through. This tornado warning does go until 9:30 this evening, but if it continues to hold together like we've seen throughout the night tonight, there is a chance that the warning continues to get extended a little bit further into western Kentucky, maybe into Graves County here in a little while or so. The other thing to note, you continue to hear us talk about this a little bit, is we are still monitoring several warnings that are almost sort of just surrounding the viewing area at this time. So right now we haven't talked a whole lot about southern Illinois just yet. But again, don't let your guard down. We are still tracking more storms that are off to the south and west. There's still a tornado warning. Looks like just to the south of Jonesboro. And these storms likely going to be tracking in a very similar path to what we saw earlier. So maybe moving into, again, Dunklin and Pemiscot counties, where we have already seen some damage reports coming out of, backing up a little bit and going a little bit further to the north, continuing to watch some of those storms that are still well off to the west, switching this over here and going to be making it their way in as we shift throughout the evening hours tonight. Locally, still seeing quite a bit of thunderstorm activity across parts of, again, southeastern Missouri. Anna, probably hearing quite a few rumbles of thunder as well. Going to be picking up some rain here soon, just south of 13, just south of Marion. Maybe some heavy rain coming down in the Creel Springs area, Cobden, Dongola, Again, no warnings on these storms at this time. What we're continuing to watch, the strongest storm that just keeps holding together and we're continuing to track, is still that one that's off into northwestern Tennessee and again pushing into western Kentucky.
And what's really interesting about this is you've got the one storm there to the south, and the one reason that we continue to see the strong circulation and the area of rotation that we possibly are seeing a tornado is there's not a lot of interruption, meaning that to the north we've got quite a few showers and thunderstorms that have developed, but to the south you've got all of this warm, humid air coming up from the south, and there's not a lot to interrupt this storm and to really keep it from spinning. So that's one of the reasons we continue to see it in this environment, produce strong rotation, possibly continue to produce a tornado as well. So again, this will be crossing out of Tennessee. This is northwest Tennessee. There's the state line right there, Woodland Mills, just north of that. And this is then going to be crossing into far southwest, the far southwest corner here of western Kentucky. So again, Clayton to Woodland Mills. Clayton, it's past you now. Woodland Mills, you're next in line for this one in the area of rotation. There's 125, and it looks like the rotation likely to stay just to the south and east of Hickman, Kentucky. Casey, you're next in line with this. In the last couple scans here, we've started to see this tighten back up just a bit. So again, we could see this produce another tornado. I'm not saying that there's not a tornado on the ground right now, but the area of the debris that we were seeing earlier on radar is not as defined as what it was. But Casey in Kentucky there, Crutchfield to Bealerton, you guys are in the path of this, and I would even take this pretty seriously if you're in the Fulton, Kentucky area. Anywhere from Hickman to Fulton right now, that's where this storm is going to pass, likely just to the south and east of Hickman and heading towards Casey. And there's Moscow, there's Crutchfield, there's Bealerton. And down the line, if this were to hold together, we're talking about Water Valley, we're talking about Wingo, that's in Graves County. Right now, you guys, Wingo, Graves County, you guys are not under a tornado warning, but if this storm holds together and the rotation continues to show as strong and tight as it has been, you guys would be next in line in Graves County. All right, JC, let's go ahead and widen back out. We are going to then try to zoom in on a few of these storms that are also moving through southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. What I'm talking about, though, is quite a few showers and storms, but the one that's here in parts of western Kentucky right now, you'll see there's not a whole lot to the south of that. So you've got the environment, you've got the warm, humid air coming up from the south. These storms that are developing into southeast Missouri and southern Illinois, we need to keep an eye on them, but you'll notice that they're not quite as strong right now. And the reason for that is there's so much rain. They've been somewhat interrupted. They don't have the environment that's quite as strong as this. We've got more tornado warnings and severe thunderstorm warnings to our north and west. We also need to keep an eye on. But as JC was mentioned here, right along the Route 13 corridor, I can hear it outside our studio doors here in Carterville. We do have some thunder, some lightning with this. There's no warnings with these storms right now across southern Illinois. So from Marion, you guys are picking up on some heavy rain, especially on the west side of town there. And then there is a storm that's going to be making its way northward closer to Crab Orchard Lake. That one's producing some lightning, but again, no severe thunderstorms with these at this point in southern Illinois. Heavy rain falling down I-57, Highway 51, Anna to Dongola. There's some thunder, some lightning with that one. And a stronger storm there just west of Ware, west of Wolf Lake, and just north of Jackson. But looks like we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning to tell you about. JC, do you want to tell us about that one real fast?
Yeah, sure. Just plotting in that new severe thunderstorm warning that is, again, off into some of those southeastern Missouri counties. Let me switch this over very quickly. That warning does go until 9:45 tonight. It includes Butler, New Madrid, Scott, and Stoddard counties. There is not a tornado warning on this storm at this time, but of course, these storms we are continuing to monitor. Lots of lightning with the storm here, potentially some very heavy rain as well. It's just moved away from Poplar Bluff. We've been kind of watching that camera throughout the night tonight. It's now pulling away from that area, but Valley Ridge, you are within this warning. Looks like Piletown, Bernie, Townley, Broadwater, Malden, again, all within this warning. Parma, Risco, Dexter, Essex. Yeah, let's pull up, let's get that camera up and see if we can see any of this activity. There we go. This is our Poplar Bluff camera. Again, it has pulled away from the town itself, but you can see off into the distance quite a bit of lightning with the storm. Lightning is always deadly, so don't go outside and try to see any of this activity tonight. I'm actually going to try to see if I can turn this camera around a little bit. That lightning looks very impressive off into the distance. There we go. We got some really nice, a little bit of a light show there showing up on the camera. Again, a very dangerous situation as we shift throughout the night tonight. This storm is now moving away from the Poplar Bluff area. This warning, again, goes until 9:45 tonight. What we are continuing to track, though, is this storm that is now pushing into western Kentucky. We continue to talk about it. We've gotten some more reports. We were talking about possibly the fire station being hit when this made its way through Sandburg. We're also getting a couple of reports that possibly people are trapped in some of that debris. So we're going to have to continue to work to confirm some of this information as we push throughout the remainder of the evening hours. But we still got a really nice sign of rotation showing up. We've got those really bright reds and greens still showing up on the radar. Right now, this is just to the north of Woodland Mills. Again, this is that storm that has the tornado warning off into Fulton County. Off into western Kentucky, going to be pushing near Casey. So you're going to be next in line as this rotation starts to make its way through down the line a little bit. We've still got maybe passing just to the south of Moscow. Still advise you go to your safe place as well. Crutchfield, looks like Bealerton, all in this tornado warning.
And that severe thunderstorm warning to the west there, and we were showing the camera out of Poplar Bluff and reporting a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust as that storm moved through the Poplar Bluff area. So some strong straight-line winds with this one as it makes its way eastward down Highway 60. Again, as JC was mentioning, there's Sykeston, Dexter, all in the path of that storm. And again, right now we are most concerned with that storm that's moving through southeast Missouri with potential for straight line winds. But as we were talking about, and what we've been really talking about for probably at least the last hour or so, is this storm right here. And it's not hard to pick out which one's the strongest one, which one has the strongest rotation this evening. Casey, Kentucky, you're next in line with this one. As JC mentioned, Moscow to Crutchfield, Bealerton, also in the path of this storm down the road, and Baltimore. And right now you're not in a tornado warning, but we need to think about if it takes you a little while to get someplace. From Wingo to Mayfield, you guys need to think about doing so, okay? Because you're not in a tornado warning yet, but this storm has a history of producing a tornado, has a history of producing large tornadoes, and right now that is moving through the Casey area. Will then continue to the east. So this is going to push close to Clinton, Crutchfield, Bealerton, and then over towards the east again, Baltimore, Priorsburg, Wingo, in Mayfield. Again, you guys are not in a tornado warning yet in Graves County, but if we continue to see this circulation hold on, you will be seeing a tornado warning issued here in just a bit for your area. But we've gotten several reports here in just a bit. And JC, we also need to keep an eye right back here on the back side of this towards the Woodland Mills area, the possibility of maybe even a secondary area of rotation, but we'll continue to keep an eye there in several areas on this storm. Maybe we're seeing a little bit of a handoff there, but something we really need to track. But you can see right there on I-69, this is I-69 that moves through the Mayfield area. So again, Mayfield, central Graves County, and I would say anywhere from Wingo to Mayfield. Again, you're not in a tornado warning at this point, but just be aware that this storm is heading towards you probably over the next half an hour. A big supercell. This is the strongest storm that we've had on radar all day, and this evening, continuing to track that. Again, it is now into parts of western Kentucky. It has now passed its way. The circulation is now east of Hickman. So Hickman, this storm is not going to impact you as far as the circulation goes. I know you guys have seen some heavy rain. I know you guys have seen some hail probably falling from this storm. But the area of rotation that we have been tracking is to the south and east of you. So from Casey to Moscow to Bealerton, that's the area of rotation we continue to track and see that strengthen just a bit. So again, we saw it loosen up or at least weaken just a bit. But now well, there you go, right there on correlation coefficient. Once again, it looks like we have a tornado on the ground with this one. So I'm pretty confident in saying right now this is moving into Casey as we speak. Confirmation of a tornado on the ground with this one. So again, If you live in these areas, you need to immediately take shelter, all right? Could be a large tornado on the ground. That is a very clear debris signature that we're watching there moving into the Casey area. And again, continuing to the east. Wingo to Mayfield. You're not in the tornado warning yet, but if it does take you a little while to get someplace, you need to be thinking about it. This storm is going to stay north of Fulton in western Kentucky, but I believe that's Fulgham, Bealerton, Water Valley. You guys are all in the path of this storm, and again, right back here is the area of circulation moving through Casey, and a large tornado looks like it is on the ground. Are you seeing any reports from that one yet?
We are getting a report just of some gusting winds out of Fulton County at our Mesonet station. I'm not quite sure where that is located. Nick, if you do, gusting to about 50 miles per hour at this time. Okay, yeah. So again, that's going to be through the Casey area as we speak. And gosh, it is very evident that there is a large tornado on the ground with this one. Again, moving through the Casey area, coming in there. And as far as roads, this is going to be, as right now, it's going to be crossing State Highway 239 south, and possibly just right there at 239 in Casey. And then we'll be crossing over State Highway 94E, and then pushing to the north and east. Highway 51 in Crutchfield. You guys could possibly see this move your way shortly, but just to your south and west, just be prepared that there is a tornado on the ground with this storm. Again, that's moving through the Casey area right now. It's moving towards Crutchfield and then moving through Bealerton. So latest update really does put the debris signature right on top of Casey at this time. And again, as that warning continues to get extended, we do still, of course, have that considerable tag on there, and that tornado is still confirmed in a large and extremely dangerous situation, again, located right over Casey. You can see that debris ball like we've been talking about. When you see that bright blue color showing up, that's possible debris being lofted up into the atmosphere. So that's a good sign that, again, we do have that tornado on the ground right now. So switching back over to the velocity scans, again, right over Casey right now. Just some zooming in very, very closely, some roads that are showing up. State Highway 94, looks like Jeffries Road, Crutchfield, U.S. Highway 51. This is going to continue to push off to, again, the north and east Bealertown. If we even go further down, the warning here, it looks like Fulgham, also going to be in the path of this storm, maybe Nichols. Clinton, you are in this tornado warning right now. Looks like this is going to continue to stay just south of you. Continue to monitor this, though, and get to your safe place while you can. Pushing further outside of this warning, if this continues, because something that we've been talking about all night long is we've been tracking the same cell for a very extended period of time, and if it continues to hold together, there is a good chance, if this continues to track off to the north and east, let me draw this line again, see what we're talking about here. If this continues to track off into north and east, there's a good chance that this moves into Graves County, very close to Mayfield, Payne, and Wingo. So if you are located in southern Graves County, now's the time to make sure that you have a plan in place. If you live in a mobile home, again, we keep talking about this, while this storm is still a good distance away from you, it's time to get out and go to your neighbor's house or a storm shelter.
Yeah, let's go, if we can, JC, let's slide back over to correlation coefficient, and then let's take it up from the spot of debris, and let's take it eastward, all right, if we can, and take it to the north and east. So just so we can get a storm track on this once again. So what we're talking about, that is debris right there just to the north and east of Casey, Kentucky, Fulton County, now making its way to the north and east. So again, folks, down the road, you guys are not in a tornado warning yet in Graves County, but get ready, this thing is heading your way. All right, so let's try to pull this over just a bit and maybe pull that list just over a hair too, so that we can see it a little better. But Crutchfield coming in 9:08. Bealerton 9:12, so you've got about 8 minutes or so before it moves there. We've been talking about some of these other communities. Roper 9:17, Baltimore 9:20, Priorsburg, 925, Stubblefield. These are communities in western Kentucky, and if you are seeing your community in this list, you need to consider moving to safety or consider moving to shelter here shortly, all right? Some of these communities, Priorsburg to Stubblefield, you've got about 20 minutes before the storm moves your way. But this is a large tornado likely on the ground there just to the north and east now of Casey. It just moved through Casey and tracking to the north and east. So again, Graves County, you're not in the tornado warning yet, but just because you're not in a warning, we want you to go ahead and get you, there you go. Now new tornado warning just plotted in there for Graves County. So Mayfield in that, Wingo in that tornado warning, that all the way to Marshall County. So we've taken this now even up the road to Benton, Kentucky. You guys are now under a tornado warning. I'm sure if you're near these communities, Wingo, Mayfield, Benton, Kentucky, your tornado sirens are going off. Your weather radio is probably going off. Your phone is hopefully going off. And again, a large tornado on the ground. It's back right here, but we want you to be prepared well out ahead of time. We're giving you lots of heads up in case it takes you some time to get out of a trailer, get out of a home or a mobile home, or try to find some place to go to take safety. Maybe your kids are out this evening and they're out and about and you want to give them a heads up. Hey, give some time to either find shelter or to head home. Mayfield to Benton, Kentucky. Once again, new tornado warning there, Marshall County, Central Graves County. That runs until 9:45. JC?
Yeah, you know, we've been talking about, of course, a lot about the area of rotation. We've been tracking this tornado, but now we do have reports from Fulton County, Kentucky. I believe it was near Hickman of golf ball sized hail as well. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to pull up the hail swath, and there it is. If we pull this back and widen this out, you get a good idea of, you know, where the storm is moving and where some of that large hail is coming down as well. So just something else to note as this tornado continues to push through the region.
Yeah, and getting a few reports coming in. Amateur radio damage reported in Casey to a cafe in the fire department. Once again, that tornado still on the ground, it looks like there, and it's looking like it's heading towards Bealerton. I really think that's going to be very close to where we are seeing this head. Shortly, currently in Fulton County, is going to be crossing out of Fulton County and into Hickman County. So again, if you hear your counties listed, if you live just north of Crutchfield and you live along US Highway 51, if you live on Howell Road, if you live on Moscow Valley Road, or Moscow Water Valley Road, there is a tornado crossing Highway 51 right now. It is heading towards Fulgham. State Highway 307 is also in the path of that. Bealerton, again, if you live in any of these communities from Fulgham to Bealerton on State Highway 307, that is State Highway 15, I believe 29 as well, along with Moscow Water Valley Road. Further to the north and east, we've got Baltimore, we've got Holyfield, we've got Roper, we've got Wingo, we've got Priorsburg, we've got Mayfield. You guys are all under this tornado warning. That tornado warning now for Graves County runs until 9:45. But what we are most concerned with here is back into Hickman County, Kentucky. It just moved out of Fulton County. It's just now into the southern part of Hickman County. So you can see Water Valley here. We've been talking about this, and right now there is a debris signature right here on this storm. This is crossing over Highway 51, moving very quickly. Bethel Road, and then once again there's State Highway 307, Fulgham to Bealerton. This is going to be crossing there. Mayfield Road as well. You guys need to be seeking shelter if you live along this area. Holyfield, Roper. This is a very strong storm. This is not a radar-indicated tornado. This is a tornado that we know is on the ground. Debris is being picked up on radar. It's being lofted up into the area. This is a likely large tornado, in fact, on the ground. Once again, north of Crutchfield here, heading towards the Bealerton area, Fulgham. And then will continue to make its way eastward. Again, that is moving through Fulton County and will be making its way into parts of Graves County here in just a bit. So there's Wingo, there's Priorsburg, there's Mayfield. you guys are going to end up being in the path of this storm. Benton, Kentucky, they've taken this warning out a long ways. We're trying to give a heads up. These storms are moving very quickly this evening, 45 at times 50 miles per hour. There's I-69, the old Purchase Parkway, and that is making its way north and eastward. This thing is going to ride probably just north of the parkway there and then work its way to the north and east. But again, Mayfield, get ready. You guys have got just a little while before this makes its way into your area. This is a storm that has produced damage, has produced multiple tornadoes all the way back into northeast Arkansas. It tracked across the Missouri Boot Heel. It has moved across northwest Tennessee and now is into parts of western Kentucky. Showers and storms to the north still developing. We can hear the rain outside our studio doors here. These storms right now, no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings at this point in southern Illinois. We are watching a few stronger storms here, but one of the things that the difference is, at least in the atmosphere, is there's nothing to the south of this right now to interrupt this storm that's moving through western Kentucky. Meanwhile, to the north, this is all kind of convoluted here with a lot of showers, a lot of thunderstorms, so we haven't been able to tap into the best energy there. A lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, a lot of very heavy rain. Still a severe thunderstorm warning here into southeast Missouri as that storm continues to make its way down Highway 60. That is a severe thunderstorm warning for the possibility of strong straight line winds. We know we had a report as it moved through Poplar Bluff of, I believe, 54, 55 mile per hour winds. Notice to the north and west, once again, another line of storms moving into the St. Louis metro area. Tornado warning on that one. And then another storm we'll have to keep an eye on. We've been tracking this one through parts of southwest Missouri. That continues to make its way to the north and east as well, and severe thunderstorm warning there just to our west. So while we are mainly focused right now on the tornado warning in western Kentucky, be prepared. There's going to be more storms coming. Once again, we may see this linger around. We may see the severe weather threat continue even after midnight. We think as late as about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning before the severe weather threat really wraps up. We have got a cold front on the way. Eventually, once that cold front moves through, we'll see that severe weather threat end overnight. But we are really going to focus right here on this storm, and very concerned now with that storm. If you go back to reflectivity real quickly there, JC, you can see the debris ball here just north of Bealerton. So that is going to be, that is a tornado right there confirmed on the ground. Fulgham, Baltimore, this is going to push very close to Wingo. I am concerned about Mayfield being up the road here because the track on this would put it very close to that. Baltimore, again, Fulgham, this is moving into your town right now. All right, so this is a large tornado. We know it's on the ground. This is a large confirmed tornado on the ground moving into your community. So again, Baltimore to Holyfield, this is going to be moving into your area very shortly. It looks like maybe just to the north there of Bealerton right now is where this is passing. But yeah, this is going to be moving very close to Baltimore and Priorsburg, but definitely has a confirmed tornado on the ground.
Again, this is still the strongest storm on the radar that we have been tracking tonight. We are still, again, watching this very, very closely. Quick look, again, another view of some of that rotation showing up, going to be almost right over Fulgham right now. Still seeing some of those bright reds and greens showing up next to each other. As this continues to move downstream, we're talking Baltimore, Holyfield, Priorsburg, and going to be pushing, if it continues to hold together, Nick mentioned earlier, going to be moving very close to Mayfield in Graves County, Kentucky. So certainly something to be aware of. We continue to get reports behind the storm. Possibly, it sounds like we have some power outages, of course, as well. Pulling this out just a little bit further here, again, extending all the way. This warning right now goes until 9:45 tonight because these are moving very, very quickly, moving towards the Mayfield and downstream even further towards the Benton area. Right now, I'm going to be moving very close to, looks like Bealerton, Roper, and Fulgham. Starts to get a little bit messier here. There we go. Let's see if we have any other. See, this is again, look at a possible debris ball. We've pulled up the correlation coefficient, but it looks a little bit messier at this time. What do you think, Nick?
Yeah, it's hard to tell, and we can kind of go back maybe a radar scan or two, and sometimes we get those. But I still think at this point we need to consider this to have a tornado on the ground. There it is, and we may just be seeing that some of this debris may be getting lofted up into the cloud and getting picked up as well. So I still think right back in here, if you go back one scan, this is the dark dot we're talking about, and so there it is, and there's where it would jump. So still think we're seeing right here Fulgham, and again, where we're talking about, looks like it's going to pass north of Roper, Baltimore to Hollyfield to Priorsburg, and really am concerned. Folks, if you live in Mayfield right now, you need to take this seriously, because this storm is going to pass extremely close to you. Okay, so there's I-69 Purchase Parkway going through Mayfield, and this storm is going to pass very close to Mayfield here in just a little while. So giving you a heads up now, you are under a tornado warning right now in Mayfield, but this storm is going to be passing very close to you. Seek shelter. We're talking about a basement, storm shelter, once again, interior room of your home. Think about taking a baseball helmet. Think about taking a bike helmet when you go to a bathroom, something just to protect your head. If this tornado is still on the ground, it's likely to be a large tornado still on the ground. And even though we have seen this produce one all the way back into parts of northeast Arkansas, so we know this storm has a history of that. Again, take this very, very seriously as we continue to track this into Mayfield. I believe we do have an update. Julie, you're hearing some reports coming out of parts of northeast Arkansas right now.
Reports on the tornado damage, like you said, in Monett, Arkansas. That's northeast Arkansas, so just south of the Missouri Boot Heel. That tornado hit a nursing home, we're told, Monett Manor, with people inside. Craighead County's Judge Marvin Day confirms 2 people were killed. 5 others are seriously hurt because of that tornado that moved through. Judge Day told our ABC affiliate in Jonesboro, KAIT, at least 20 people were trapped inside that nursing home. Take a look. These are some of the pictures that are coming in right now of that damage. Again, a nursing home collapsed. KAIT reports a lot of first responders right now are on scene. They say they're trying to get to that site, but right now it's hard to do that because of downed power lines in that area. Again, this is in Monett, Arkansas, just south of the Missouri Boot Heel. We can confirm 2 people are dead because of this. 5 people are hurt. At least 20 right now people are trapped inside. We're also getting reports of a lot of power outages in the wake of this storm system. Pemiscot County officials right now report that almost half of the Ameren customers in that county don't have power. So again, we are monitoring any outages in the area. We are looking for any reports of damage right now, and we will go ahead and take those if you have them. We are just watching for those right now. So multiple power outage reports coming in. What's on your screen right now is the damage to that nursing home in Monett, Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, again, just south of the Missouri Boot Heel. This is Monett Manor. A county judge confirms to our ABC affiliate people are trapped inside. At least 2 people are dead because of this. 5 people are hurt. They say there are down power lines in the area. So like Nick and JC have been tracking, that is a serious storm system moving through. We are working to get more information on this right now. Still an ongoing situation. That's the thing right now. What you're seeing on your screen is still a scene that folks are trying to get to, first responders are trying to get to, and I'm getting word we have a video of a tornado that made its way through Missouri. Take a look at this, folks. This is video that was sent to us. Really, you can see just kind of that system moving through, and we will actually go ahead and toss it back over to our Storm Track 3 meteorologists right now.
Yeah, and just want to give you an update. We are still seeing a confirmed tornado on the ground here into now Graves County. So we are crossing into western Graves County. Well, again, folks, if you are in Mayfield, take this very seriously. There is a tornado on the ground. This is a large tornado on the ground west of you, just to the south and west of you. It is approaching your community here in just a bit. So you've got a few minutes, but you want to head to your safe shelter, all right? So this is just now moving into the western section of Graves County. JC, let's zoom in as tight as we can on this area. And we were talking about some of the debris, what we were using for our debris tracker to try to find this. Well, this is it right here on reflectivity. We don't even need the debris tracker because reflectivity is picking up on the debris, all right? So this means that we have a large tornado on the ground. We are seeing a lot of debris getting lofted here between Baltimore and Holyfield, all right? Again, so if you live in Mayfield, if you live in Priorsburg, this is a very serious situation here. State Highway 58 is right here. All right, this is going to be making its way right up State Highway 58 here in just a bit. This is the Purchase Parkway, I-69, Priorsburg. It is heading towards you. Again, if you live in Mayfield, we're trying to give you a heads up here that if you live in Mayfield, this is a large tornado that is on the ground, and it is heading your way. These storms this evening, this tornado moving at about 50 miles per hour. That is moving extremely fast for tornadoes. So let's go ahead and zoom this out just a bit if we can, JC. And let's put in a storm track then again and take this through Graves County, put 50 miles per hour on it. And that tornado warning has been carried into Marshall County. But latest update there, so we're starting from the debris ball, and we're going to take that about 50 miles per hour. That would put you, this is 30 minutes right here, all right? So this is 30 minutes. So you've got into Mayfield coming in 9:30. You've got about 10 minutes, and I would even say you need to be prepared in 5 minutes for this storm to be there, all right? So these things are moving extremely quickly. Mayfield coming in here about 9:30. West Plains 9:36. Clear Springs coming in about 9:40. Hicksville 9:40 as well. Kaler at 9:42. Brewers and Harvey coming in closer to 9:45. So again, the edge of this is a half an hour. And Mayfield, again, you've got about 5 to 10 minutes before we know that there is a large tornado on the ground moving into the western side of the county right now that is heading for Mayfield, tracking right up I-69 and the Purchase Parkway. This will look like, I'm sure that if you live in Folsomdale, your weather radio, your phone might be going off. It does look like that this storm right now, the area of rotation probably to stay south of you. But again, you need to take this very seriously here. Cuba is right there. Sedalia is just right there. I know you guys had dealt with a tornado back on Sunday night, early Monday morning. This is probably going to stay north of you. Right now through Graves County, we are most concerned with Priorsburg to Mayfield. That is going to be the next communities in line with this. JC?
And again, I do believe, let's backtrack just a little bit. Of course, that is still the strongest storm, but I want to backtrack to some of these storms that are starting to push into very similar areas from earlier, because we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Pemiscot in Dunklin counties. So again, this is very close to Lake City at this time, going to be moving towards Manila and Blytheville. Steele, if this continues on its current track, it would be moving very close to you. This new tornado warning has been issued until 10 p.m. tonight, so doesn't look quite as strong, you know, as what we're tracking off into western Kentucky, but you know, some of these areas have already been hit by some of these storms. So again, make sure you are staying up to date with some of the latest information there. Multiple ways to get warnings, even if a storm has already rolled through your area. Make sure you're keeping an eye on some of these other ones that are coming through. Of course, we're tracking those for you as well. But even as we go back to the one that is in, again, western Kentucky, this is still the strongest storm on board, and we are very, very concerned at this time for, again, Mayfield. You've got just a couple of minutes. You should really already be in your safe place, you know, that basement or that interior most room in your home. The more walls that you can put between you and the outside, again, the better. We are tracking this and expecting it to move almost directly over Mayfield within the next couple of minutes. And if we continue downstream, Hicksville, Clear Springs, Harvey, Benton, Daffinville, this is sort of your warning time. You've got a little bit more time than folks in Mayfield. So again, if you're seeing this, if you're hearing your town name, you want to be getting to safety right now. And it looks like we possibly have another severe thunderstorm warning.
Yeah, we've got a new one that just got plotted in. So if you are joining us this evening from southern Illinois, we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning to pass along to you. This is Union County, Johnson County, Pulaski, and Alexander counties all in this. And I believe we had a wind gust that pushed through the Cape Girardeau area, the Cape Girardeau airport, which actually sits south of town, closer to Kelso and honestly a little closer to Scott City there. We had a wind gust of about 60 miles per hour. So we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning again, western Johnson County here. It looks like maybe this was carried out just almost to Vienna, Dongola, Anna, Tams, Olive Branch, Thebes, Mounds, Mound City, all the way to Cairo. And then Scott City, Cape Girardeau, all in the new severe thunderstorm warning. Again, the possibility here of strong straight line winds, possibly up to about 60 miles per hour. Not a tornado warning, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Still something to take seriously. 60 mile per hour winds can take down trees. It can take down power lines. And it can also, cause some major damage to some pole barns and some weaker structures. So take it seriously as well. If you feel threatened, you should be heading to shelter for this one. But let's go back to the tornado warning. Still very concerned with this one. If we can take lightning off of here, once again, we still have a debris ball on this, which means that it is still on the ground at this time. Looks like it is going to head right into Mayfield. Very concerning for Mayfield right now as this is moving into there. Clear Springs, Hicksville in this, but we're talking about, this is State Highway. I'm trying to look at this 80 West, the Purchase Parkway, I-69, there it is. And this is getting ready to move into the western side of Mayfield as we speak, all right? So this is Fulton Road or US Highway 45, and it is making its way right up 45 right now. So what we are most concentrated on is what is moving through Priorsburg, tracking to the north and east. 50 miles per hour is the storm speed on this, all right? So large tornado on the ground. There's Old Dublin Road right here, Purchase Parkway, US Highway 45. We're talking about right back in here, just north of Priorsburg. And this is going to make its way right into Mayfield. So very concerning situation. Obviously, we hate to see any tornado on the ground, but major concern as we see this move into a population area, a higher population area. So central Graves County here, Mayfield, Kentucky, latest update there. It is right there on the western side of Mayfield. So once again, if you are in Mayfield, you need to be in shelter right now. You need to be in your basement. You need to be in your storm shelter, and you need to be in a interior room of your home.
And we are getting some reports readings, I should say, coming out of Graves County. A Kentucky Mesonet site did read wind gusts as high as 107 miles per hour. So again, a very dangerous storm that has a history of producing significant damage and those fatalities again. So take this very, very seriously if you are downstream of this. Yeah, starting to move right over Mayfield.
Yeah, and it looks like they went ahead and issued even a smaller tornado warning there. I believe this is going to be a tornado emergency that's going to be issued for this storm here for Mayfield. A large tornado on the ground here, expecting major damage there in the western side of town. So new tornado warning again just issued for the community of Mayfield because we know that there's a tornado on the ground here as it moves into the western side of town. All right, JC, if we can, let's go ahead and try to take from that debris ball. Let's put a storm track on this once again, about 50 miles per hour to the north and east. Clear Springs, Hicksville to Benton. You guys are in the path of this storm as well. Again, moving into Mayfield right now. If you live in Mayfield and you live in a trailer or mobile home, you need to get someplace. It's just about too late. You need to seek shelter. You need to hunker down as this storm makes its way in. It is going to be moving in here just over the next couple of minutes. All right, putting a storm track on this to the north and east and seeing that debris ball getting a little bit more defined there. Very concerning right now into the western side of Mayfield. Clear Springs coming up in about 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Hicksville coming up in about 10 minutes. Harvey coming up about 9:45. Benton. This is Benton, Kentucky. You've got about 20 minutes before this storm gets to you, all right? So this storm moving 50 miles per hour, and you say, hey, I got 50 minutes, or I've got 20 minutes until it gets to me. We've been saying that for quite a while, and we have watched this storm produce a tornado for a very long period of time, all right? So a large tornado on the ground right now as this moves into Mayfield, Kentucky, all right? Continuing to the north and east, again, Clear Springs, Harvey eventually will make its way out of Graves County, but very concerned. Let's go ahead and zoom in as tight as we can. If we can, JC, just go ahead and zoom right there into Mayfield. So large tornado looks like it is going to have almost a direct hit here on Mayfield. That's Old Priorsburg Road right here. Purchase Parkway looks like it's now past that. Macedonia Street crossing that looks like it's going to cross over South 9th Street right through there. North 5th Street here. There's State Highway 121. So again, tornado on the ground, large confirmed tornado on the ground, likely a strong tornado on the ground. Mayfield, Kentucky, you're next in line for this one. It will continue then eastward outside of town. So just to the north and east of Mayfield, this is State Highway 80 East. All right, this is Golo Road right here. If you live in these areas, you need to be seeking shelter immediately, as this is a large tornado. Again, it's moving through downtown Mayfield as we speak, and will continue to move to the north and east. A tornado emergency has been issued by the National Weather Service for this storm, all right, as this makes its way into Mayfield. So a large storm there, and still showing some strong signs of rotation. We see the debris ball again, and so we know that it is on the ground, likely lofting debris extremely high into the atmosphere as we speak. So this is the same storm, by the way, that did create the damage that we were talking about all the way back into Arkansas. So, and just to give you an idea how fast this is moving, look at the radar scan. It just went from the western side of Mayfield all the way to the eastern side of town. All right, so tornado right now, northeast Mayfield. It's going to be making its way to the north and east towards Clear Springs and Hicksville. Hicksville, it's coming into your area probably in the next 5 minutes, all right? So then it will be crossing out of Graves County, Benton. You guys need to be thinking about this. This is next for you, all right? This is going to be heading your way. Daffinville, Benton, Dogtown, and then even further up the line, Birmingham. You're not in a tornado warning yet, but again, take this storm very, very seriously. Fair dealing as well needs to be thinking about maybe going ahead and heading to shelter.
And then again, we have had several reports of some of that damage. Julie, do you mind recapping some of the damage that we have seen as this has moved through some of these communities?
Absolutely, JC. We are tracking one right now in Monette, Arkansas. A nursing home, we've learned, was damaged. We've learned 2 people were killed in that and 5 people were hurt. A county mayor says 20 people could be trapped inside, and they know that right now first responders are really trying to get to the scene, but they say there are a lot of downed power lines, so it's making it really hard for them to do that. Now, that is in Monette, Arkansas, just south of the Missouri Boot Heel. This is a photo we have of that scene right now. That was confirmed by our ABC affiliate over there. So like Nick and JC have said, this is a strong system that's moving through. We're hearing reports that part of that nursing home collapsed. Like we said, 20 people could be trapped inside. We're also getting reports of several outages in the area when it comes to power outages. That includes almost half of the Ameren customers in Pemiscot County. We're also hearing reports in Obion County that there was a fire station hit and that emergency personnel are on their way to Obion County, Tennessee. So it's, you know, it's an ongoing situation. We're really watching things. We also have a video my producer is letting me know. I believe this is in Missouri of that, you know, that system making its way through. So it's serious, folks. Like Nick and JC have said, have a plan in place. Of course, we in the news department are just watching those reports coming in. We're trying to get as much information as we can for you right now. So, of course, we are here for you. Nick and JC will continue our coverage throughout the night. I'll go ahead and send it over back to them now.
And still keeping an eye on that storm, of course, that we've been tracking all evening long. Still looks like we have a little bit of a debris signature showing up off to the northeast of Mayfield. Looking downstream, folks, Crowder Road is showing up, State Highway 80, Hicksville, Clear Springs. You really need to be in your safe place already. And again, if we pull this out a little bit further, and zoom back into some of these smaller roads to give you an idea. State Highway 1374, River Road, Tom Lane Road, Purchase Parkway. We have said that one a couple of times this evening. This tornado is again confirmed and moving towards you. So downstream, it's moving very quickly. When you see some of these radar updates, and with the newest update, it jumps quite a ways because again, this is a very fast moving storm. So that's why we keep telling you, you don't want to wait again until last minute to get to that safe spot. Benton, you're down the road, and looks like Bryansburg as well. If we look even further just outside of the tornado warning, some of these folks that need to, be thinking about this, even if your tornado sirens have not gone off yet, Birmingham, Buena Vista, Twin Lakes, Grand Rivers. If this holds together, we could see this tornado warning and storm extended into your area.
Yeah. And continuing to watch this now to the north and east, very concerning situation here. Waiting for reports to come into Mayfield. I mean, this was a tornado that went right through the heart of Mayfield, it appears, and tornado emergency for that area. This tornado now by Mayfield. So we are going to be focusing eastern Graves County right now. Hicksville to Clear Springs is where this is at. Again, Benton, Kentucky. You need to be, this is in Marshall County, central Marshall County here. Harvey, Hicksville, Benton, Kentucky. You need to be heading to safety immediately, all right? Bryansburg, you guys are in the path of this. Daffinville, also in the path of this. Dogtown, in the path of this. This is the area we are talking about that just pushed through Mayfield, all right? This is a debris signature. We have debris. We know there's a tornado on the ground, and when you start seeing this with reflectivity like we have right now pulled up here, that is an indication of a very large tornado on the ground. So tracking to the north and east, tracking right up the Purchase Parkway there. Let's go ahead and zoom in as tight as we can. Purchase Parkway here. It's going to be heading into Hicksville. State Highway 80E. It is making its way right up that right now, tracking to the north and east. There's Crowder Road. Still have the debris signature right here. Latest update coming in right over top the Purchase Parkway. So once again, tornado still on the ground as it moves into Hicksville. And there's River Road, going to be crossing that here shortly. And then Tom Lane Road is where this is also going to be heading. Purchase Parkway, it looks like Varn Pit Road and Tom Lane Road here are going to be the next ones that if you live on these roads or near these roads, if you know that you're near this, you need to be heading to your safe area immediately. You don't have a whole lot of time. JC mentioned it at each radar scan. We're watching this jump. It's moving 50 miles per hour. And as far as tornadoes go, that's extremely, extremely fast. To the north side of this, anywhere from Dogwood right now, looks like maybe just to the north there. What we're seeing here is some really heavy rainfall, a lot of hail, but this is the area right back in here that we are most concerned with. Right there heading towards Hicksville right now is the area that is going to have the tornado. Again, that is a tornado that we know that is confirmed on the ground there. Harvey is next in line, and then Benton, Kentucky here in central Marshall County. So Mayfield to Benton, Kentucky. Again, strong storm, and this tornado is likely heading your way. Let's zoom out if we can, JC. Let's kind of run down everything that we've got going on. If you're just joining us, it's been a long evening already. As we've been tracking multiple tornadoes this evening, the first of which moved out of parts of northeast Arkansas, the same storm that produced quite a bit of damage, possibly multiple fatalities into parts of northeast Arkansas with this storm. Had tracked across the Missouri Boot Heel, northwest Tennessee, now moving through eastern Graves County in western Kentucky. Will be moving through Marshall County shortly. However, to the north of that, across southern Illinois, if you're joining us there, lots of heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning. We likely have some strong winds in a few of these storms right now across southern Illinois, especially through parts of Union and southward through Alexander County right now. But we did have a report of about a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust as this moved by the Cape Girardeau Airport, south of town there. One other thing to point out here is we do have another line of storms that is just to our west, so we need to keep an eye on that. And then, JC, if we can, zoom just real quickly to the south here, as we do have a tornado warning as well. And Jonesboro, Arkansas, they have seen a tornado that pushed just to the south and east of town a little while ago. I believe they also had another tornado on the north side of town. But this is a tornado warning for Dunklin County and Pemiscot County in the Missouri Boot Heel here. And you can see that these are really embedded supercells, what we call this, and a little area of rotation likely back in here and another one right back in here. So again, tornado warning there for Dunklin and Pemiscot. This is the far reaches of the county near the Arkansas-Missouri line here, down I-55. That runs until about 10 p.m. So continuing to track that. That also would take it to the north and east. Looks like maybe the track on this storm, correct me if I'm wrong here, JC, but right now it looks like maybe we're tracking an area there near Manila and then heading towards the Steele area, Gosnell, Arkansas. Steele, I know you guys have already seen a strong storm pass just to your north. Keep an eye on this storm right now. I haven't seen any confirmed reports of a tornado on this one, but definitely something that we'll continue to watch. But let's go back to the tornado warning and the tornadic thunderstorm there in western Kentucky. That is the one we know, again, still has a tornado on the ground. And I'm sitting here looking at it off to the side on another area of radar, and looks like we still have a tornado on the ground with this one again right there, as it now has pretty much moved all across Graves County and then is going to be moving into the western section of Marshall County. So again, this is the area we're talking about. It just pushed through the Hicksville area. Tracking to the north and east, I-69 Purchase Parkway, Benton. You guys are going to see things quiet down in just a few minutes. I know you've already seen part of the heavy rain move through as it's lifted through, but don't get caught off guard. This is a tornado just to your south and your west, and this is a large tornado just to your south and west. All right, so this has already moved through Mayfield. It is tracking right up the interstate right now, and we'll be moving into Benton, Kentucky very shortly. It does have debris that is getting picked up on radar, so we know it's on the ground. Benton, Kentucky, this is getting ready to move towards you. Dogtown, Bryansburg, and then further down the line. Birmingham, you're not in a tornado warning yet. Let's say Little Bear Creek, Grand Rivers, Carmack, this is Kentucky Lake right through here. Take this very seriously, all right, folks? Again, Catawba, I guess you are in a tornado warning. They just took this a little further to the east. So Catawba, Eddyville, that new tornado warning now for parts of Lyon County now until 10:30 p.m. And again, large tornado back on this storm as it crosses out of Graves County and into western Marshall County. Do we have any updates to pass along there? We've got the TDS.
It looks like we've got, the TDS that is popping in here on the radar. Again, a very, very dangerous situation right now, still close to the Clear Springs and Hicksville area, going to continue to push off to the north and east. You've heard us several times mention Benton, Bryansburg, Daffinville, Tatumsville, and this warning has now been extended much further down the line because they are moving so quickly this evening. It's definitely something that you want to take very, very seriously. I'm going to throw a track on this, moving between 55 and 60 miles per hour. Here's a look at some of those times. Again, Benton, you have a very little amount of time. Honestly, you should already be in your safe place this evening. Some other towns that are showing up in that track are Scale, Daffinville, Bryansburg, Tatumsville, Birmingham, Sherwood Shores, and Buena Vista. And some of these places, only 10 to 15 minutes of time to get to that safe spot. We've been watching these all evening, not long. And as Nick has mentioned, and I believe I've mentioned, when we get our radar updates, they jump quite far forward because of how quickly these are moving. So again, you don't want to wait until the last minute. We've still got, zooming in very close here, we've still got a really strong hook showing up on this supercell. It does not look to be weakening anytime soon. I got some really nice rotations still showing up. Very close to Harvey right now. The next couple of minutes, moving very close to Benton.
Yeah, getting a report from a mesonet and from Kentucky, a mesonet in Kentucky, a report of a wind gust there in Mayfield of 107 miles per hour. So that is as the tornado passed through. All right, so once again, strong tornado on the ground here, has been on the ground all through Graves County, and will continue to work its way to the north and east, again making its way right up the Purchase Parkway and I-69 there. Still a confirmed tornado on the ground. We know that it's on the ground. We do have a debris ball, is what we call that, and that means that the radar is picking up on significant debris that's getting wafted up into the air. All right, so this is going to be moving into Benton, Kentucky very, very shortly. Once again, this moved through Mayfield, and this is going to move through another population center. All right, so we're starting to see that we are getting maybe a few damage reports coming in from Mayfield, and if we had a tornado move through the Mayfield area, it had to have been pretty serious. That was a large tornado there that moved through. So continuing to work its way up northward on the Purchase Parkway to the north and east. This is going to move into Benton, Kentucky. Again, Mayfield Highway, Ash Street, Oak Level Road, State Highway 408, Benton, Birmingham Road, Egner's Ferry Road would also be in the path of this. So we know that there is a tornado on the ground right now just west of Benton, Kentucky. And then this is going to continue to the north and east. Had a viewer point out that we are going to continue to work this way to the east and northeast. If we can zoom back in, though, as close as we can on this one as it moves into Benton and get some of the smaller communities in the path of this right now. So we have, there's the western side of Benton, and we have Bryansburg here, and we have Draffinville just a little further to the north of that. Had a viewer point out that it is Draffinville here. Scale. Looks like right now this is going to stay north of Dogtown. Again, this is really setting its sights right onto Benton, Kentucky right here. So Draffinville, Bryansburg, you're next in line for this. Little Bear Creek, Marshall, Buena Vista, the Moors. Of course, this area right here, the Moors, right there along the Kentucky Lake, very popular area. It looks like National Weather Service now has just plotted in here a tornado emergency. Once again, a large tornado on the ground moving into an area, a little higher population area into Benton, Kentucky. This is central parts of Marshall County. And there you go, latest update. Once again, still showing that this tornado is on the ground. There's the debris ball. Once again, moving north and east at about 50 miles per hour. Very fast moving. If you live in Benton right now, you need to be in your shelter. You need to be in your basement. You need to be in the interior room of your home on the lowest floor, a room that has no windows. We want you to, again, put as much stuff between you and this tornado. And this is a tornado. We know that it's on the ground. If you live in a mobile home, you live in a trailer, we want you to get out of that. Head over to a neighbor's house. Head over to a friend's house. You need to seek shelter and get out of that. This is not a small tornado. This is going to be a large tornado that is on the ground moving into the western side of Benton, Kentucky right now. And again, Bryansburg next in line here. State Highway 1462 is where this thing is going to track close to as it makes its way to the north and east of Benton. I was looking over the National Weather Service chat. We're getting a lot of damage reports, starting to see a few maybe out of Mayfield. I know that there are some communication issues. I believe the Kentucky State Police communications headquarters possibly down there. So we haven't seen a lot of communication yet, a lot of issues there, but I know that they are sending some emergency crews to Mayfield right now. We probably need to get a crew on our way there as well. But Benton, Kentucky, this is the tornado that's on the ground. It's right here. Again, that is a debris signature, and we'll be working its way in there very shortly. That little small box there, that is the tornado emergency. So Scale, Bryansburg, and then Draffinville, Tatumsville, Little Bear Creek, Marshall, Buena Vista. The Moors is right here on Kentucky Lake. And then further up the stream up here is going to be Catawba, in areas like that when you get into Lyon County. That's a little ways away still, but once again, we want you to take this seriously. We want you to plan ahead of time because this has been a tornado that's been on the ground for quite some time. JC, do you have any updates to pass along on this? We can check back to the northwest side here, latest update. So this does look like this tornado is just going to pass on the northwest side of Benton, Kentucky as we speak. So that would put it towards Bryansburg here, probably over the next maybe 5 to 10 minutes. Draffinville, it's going to be very close to that. Tatumsville to Buena Vista, again the Moors. Looks like Birmingham, Little Bear Creek also all going to be in the path of this. Farther to the north, Palma, Harris Hill, Ford. I know it looks like you've got a lot of bright colors here. You guys are dealing with a lot of very heavy rainfall, likely some hail, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning, probably a pretty loud night for you. But it is going to be this area to the south, again, just to the northwest side of Benton, that we are most concerned with. All right, let's zoom back out if we can. JC, just kind of run down everything, just give us an overview. It's nice to see everything and just kind of get an overview of the map, what we've got going on right now. This is a strong tornado on the ground here. Marshall County, central Marshall County, moving through Benton right now. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning through parts of Johnson County, Union County, Alexander, and Pulaski counties there in southern Illinois. That is for a storm that has been warned with the possibility of strong straight line winds up to about 60 miles per hour. We've also been tracking some storms moving out of northeast Arkansas and moving into the Missouri boot heel. And these are storms that have also prompted a few tornado warnings right along the Missouri-Arkansas line there. That is for Pemiscot and Dunklin counties in far southern, the Missouri southern boot heel there. Close to the, again, Arkansas-Missouri line, Blytheville, Arkansas. That is a tornado warning that just clips the far southern reaches of the boot heel. But our biggest concern, we still have a severe thunderstorm warning as well here through parts of Mississippi County, and it looks like parts of New Madrid County, including East Prairie. Once again, some strong straight line winds possible with that storm. And it looks like maybe they just issued another severe thunderstorm warning a little farther to the east. So your weather radio, your phone might be going off here into Pope County, Johnson County, Massac County. This is for a storm that could produce some strong straight line winds. At this point, we are not concerned at this point with these storms producing tornadoes. However, it is this storm that's moving through western Kentucky, central Marshall County. And let's go back into that one that still has a tornado on the ground. So it has hit Mayfield. It just pushed through the northwest side of Benton. Once again, Bryansburg, Graffinville, Tatumsville. This is the tornado. It is on the ground right now just to the north side of Benton, Kentucky. This is central Marshall County, all right? Moving to the north and east at about 50 miles per hour. Little Bear Creek, Buena Vista, the Moors. This is Kentucky Lake, Grand Rivers, also in the path of this storm. If you live in these communities, if you're hearing your community named, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. JC, do you have any reports to pass along?
We are getting some reports of major damage in Mayfield. As far as what has been damaged is not clear yet, so we'll continue to work to gather some information on that for you. I think we'll get a news crew out there and try to get a hold of some of those folks to keep you updated on that situation. But again, the tornado that we are tracking right now is the one that caused what they're saying is a catastrophic damage across the Mayfield area. Right now, still seeing that really nice hook showing up on the radar, that debris ball that's now just pushing north of Benton. So, I got that radar update, and again, it jumped quite far. So Bryansburg, you need to be in your safe place again right now. You want to be in your safe place in your basement. This storm is headed directly your way right now. Any minute now, it'll be right over your area. Tatumsville also need to be aware of this, and then looking further downstream, a couple of places that we've been mentioning for a little while now. It's starting to creep up on you as well. Little Bear Creek, Marshall, Buena Vista, Sherwood Shores. And then, of course, on the northern side of this, near Palma, just to the north of Tatumsville, some very, very heavy rainfall likely falling, and maybe some hail as well. Just on the north side. But what we're continuing to watch is this tornado-warned storm, where we have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Looks like it is directly over Bryansburg. So you should be seeking shelter right now. Some of those roads showing up: Cypress Road, Moores Camp Highway, State Highway, looks like 1422. Again, not very far from Sherwood Shores, Buena Vista, Marshall, Birmingham. You all need to be in your safe places right now.
Yeah, and looking down the road just a little ways, some other communities that will be eventually impacted by this storm. And I'm sure you're in the tornado warning, but for Lyon County, we're talking about Eddyville, we're talking about Catawba, and we're talking about Carmack in parts of Lyon County there. Again, that tornado warning does run until 10:30. But we are very concerned with this storm now that has passed through Benton, Kentucky, Bryansburg, Tatumsville, and I know we continue to see these, continue to name these communities, but we really want you to, if you hear your name, if it just is one person that hears it, hey, this is heading your way, all right? Buena Vista, Little Bear Creek, again, some areas, Marshall, Sherwood Shores. We are talking about the Moores Camp Highway. This is going to be moving right over the Moores Camp Highway shortly. And then the Moores, Sherwood Shores, Buena Vista, Marshall, Little Bear Creek, Twin Lakes. And then farther upstream, we're talking about anywhere from Grand Rivers to Carmack to Catawba to Eddyville will be in the path of this storm. So again, take this very, very seriously. We are going to, I believe, zoom back out if we can, JC, and then we do have a tornado warning also to pass along now, once again, for the Missouri Boot Heel and also now into parts of our northwest Tennessee counties. I want to go back into that one, make sure those folks are also up to date as this storm makes its way out of northeast Arkansas and continues to track to the north and east. We may have to switch over to the Memphis radar to get that and get a better view of it. But tornado warning now as well. This is Pemiscot County. You folks have already seen a very strong storm move through. We had one just a little while ago move very close to Haytime, Missouri, as it crossed I-55 just a bit ago. Tornado warning now does include parts of Obion County, the far southwest corner here of Obion County, far southern Lake County, and then this is Pemiscot County in southeast Missouri. New tornado warning there. We are watching the area right back in here, and this looks like maybe it's more of a line. So we're looking for maybe more small in the way of small spin-up tornadoes here with this. But again, new tornado warning, Pemiscot County, southern Lake County, and the far southwest corner of Obion County and parts of northwest Tennessee. To the north, the orange boxes here, these are severe thunderstorm warnings, and you can see that does include parts of southern Illinois, parts of Johnson County, now into western Pope County, Massac County there in that, in addition to parts of Pulaski County. We've got parts of Ballard County and parts of western Massac County, or McCracken County in western Kentucky also in that severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like that's taken up to about Paducah. Again, at this time, we are most concerned with these storms producing strong straight line winds, all right? We're not concerned so much with these storms producing a tornado. Our storm that we are most concerned with continues to be this one that is moving through Marshall County, all right? Strong tornado still on the ground with this one as it makes its way eastward. This thing has had a tornado on the ground for a long time, all right? So now moving again, Buena Vista, the Moores, there you go. We were talking about Sherwood Woods, some subdivisions and some resort areas right here along Kentucky Lake. Moores Camp Highway running right here. This tornado is crossing over the Moores Camp Highway. There it is. That is the tornado. That is debris getting picked up once again, lofted up into the air. So Buena Vista, Sherwood Shores, there it is. And Marshall, you guys are going to be impacted from this, and this is likely a very large tornado on the ground. Twin Lakes would be next in line, and we've talked about some other communities that are farther to the north and east that did include Carmack, Indian Hills, Buena Vista Estates. We're talking about Commerce Landing possibly, Eddy Bay, Eddyville, Catawba, all in the path that we could see this storm move very close to that. I really think we're talking about Carmack, possibly over towards Catawba and Indian Hills is where this storm would move. We also need to keep an eye on Grand Rivers, which is right over here, once again closer to Lake Barkley and Kentucky Lake, the land between the lakes area. This is all a very popular area, but it looks like maybe this tornado is going to stay south of Grand River. So Twin Lakes, Buena Vista, Sherwood Shores, and that's where this tornado, yep, as JC's mentioning, right there on top of the Moores Camp Highway right now. So this is approaching Kentucky Lake, and then we'll continue across the lake into parts of the land between the lakes. Do you have any reports to pass along, JC?
There are not a whole lot of reports coming in right now. We are having some issues. It seems like some of our fellow folks who are helping us cover these storms have lost power. So working on getting some of those reports coming in. But not going to be surprised to continue to see those filtering in over really throughout the rest of the night tonight and into early tomorrow, because this is a very, again, impressive storm here that's still showing up on the radar at this point. I'm not sure how long we've been tracking this, but we have been on air for quite some time, really focused on this storm cell here. Still looking like we have that nice hook and maybe a little bit of a debris ball still over Moores Camp Highway, that Buena Vista, Sherwood Shores, Marshall, Little Bear Creek. All of you folks already need to be down in your basement or your safe place, looking a little bit down the road. Within just the next couple of minutes, we're going to zoom in a little bit closer on Twin Lakes. This is going to be making its way into you. So you probably saw a little bit of heavy rain earlier. It's starting to let up a little bit. Don't let your guard down, because that area of rotation, again, is going to be heading in your direction within the next couple of minutes. So even though it maybe seems a little bit quieter outside, don't let your guard down just yet. Make sure you are staying, again, in your safe area. We're going to continue just to sort of look downstream. We keep saying, you know, some of these communities that are in this path. So if you've heard your community, again, make sure you're heading to that safe spot immediately. We've got Crossroad, Paradise Hills, looks like Green Acres, Eddy Bay, Confederate, Commerce Landing, all folks in the path of this. And almost this last reflectivity scan, it looks like that debris ball again is becoming a little bit more visible, and with that latest update jumped quite a bit. So we're talking about the Marshall and Buena Vista area. Twin Lakes, right now, you need to seek shelter if you have not already. Talking about that, we keep talking about a basement. If you are in a mobile home, you do not want to be in your mobile home. If you're further down the line, have a safe place to go. And it may sound a little bit silly, but kids that have baseball helmets or bike helmets, always great to put that on even when you go to your safe spot, so that'll hopefully protect your head a little bit better from some of the possible flying debris.
And to give you an idea, I mean, this tornado we know has been on the ground for a long time. I mean, we don't see tornadoes like this that often, where you're talking about not only a large tornado, but one that's possibly on the ground for 40 plus miles. We know that this went basically all the way across Graves County. It's still on the ground almost all the way through Marshall County. We're getting ready to cross into Lyon County, the land between the lakes, Twin Lakes. And one of the reasons we could be seeing this debris signature maybe intensify just a little bit more is we're hitting more in the area of, it could be hitting more forest, it could be picking up leaves, it could be picking up more sticks and tree limbs, and or it could be hitting more structures. So whatever it is, we know that there is a lot of debris getting lofted up. Notice latest update here, still a big hook right through here, and that debris ball maybe not quite as evident, but Twin Lakes, this tornado is basically right on top of you. So we are sitting on top of Kentucky Lake, and then we are going to be now in the land between the lakes area, Carmack, Buena Vista Estates, and then farther to the north and east, it looks like Catawba's right here. At this point, I would say that this is more focused on Carmack and Indian Hills and Buena Vista Estates is really what we're thinking, possibly over towards Saratoga as well, farther to the north and east. Anywhere from Eddy Bay to Buena Vista Estates, Indian Hills, and Carmack to Saratoga, and then areas to the east of that, northeast. That's where this thing is tracking, all right? So this is moving to the north and east. We've been talking about this evening that these storms moving extremely fast, 50 miles per hour on some of these tornadoes. So when you see the radar scan come in, you may say, oh, it's way back there, but it may jump here on one radar scan and then jump here another radar scan. So moving very quickly, it does not give you a lot of time to react. All right, and thank you, JC, for taking this out. If we go just, so this next half hour right here, Twin Lakes coming in there now, Carmack coming in about 6 or 7 minutes. Princeton, though, if this tornado were to hold together and this storm holds together, Princeton coming in at about 10:20 to 10:25 or so. So again, if you live in Princeton, we already know that this tornado has impacted several larger communities into western Kentucky. So if you live in Princeton, Kentucky, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but that is likely to change over the next, say, 5 to 10 minutes as the storm continues to work its way eastward, again on top of Kentucky Lake right now, and will be approaching Lake Barkley shortly and then working its way to the north and east. Farther to the north across southeastern Illinois, lots of heavy rain falling. Harrisburg, Shawneetown, Equality, southward of Elizabethtown to Rosiclare. We do have a strong storm which has prompted also a severe thunderstorm warning across far southern Illinois, and really crossing right now over I-24, and will be making its way eastward. That includes parts of Pope County, Johnson County. It looks like the worst of it now with that storm is probably just east of Vienna. And we'll be moving through the metropolis area shortly. That strong storm also then goes back to the south and west into parts of Ballard County. That storm in Ballard County right now, just looking at radar here, looks pretty strong. Another severe thunderstorm warning there through Mississippi County, New Madrid County as well. These severe thunderstorms are not necessarily, we're concerned at this point with tornadoes with them, but we are more concerned with these across far southern Illinois, and then closer to the Ohio River at this point, we are most concerned with strong straight line winds. We do also have tornado warnings into the Missouri boot heel there, and then also into northwest Tennessee. So we'll check in on those in just a second. And we're watching another line of storms. I know a lot of folks, if you are joining us in southern Illinois so far, if you're joining us in Carbondale to say Pinckneyville, you haven't seen a storm yet. Watch these storms just to the west and northwest of our region as they start to move in. New severe thunderstorm warning there just to our west. That's out across parts of Reynolds County and Iron County and parts of southeast Missouri, and then extending farther to the west over towards Shannon County as well. That is just out of our viewing area, but something we'll continue to track as they get a little closer, all right? But the storm that we are most concerned with is this one right here, now into Lyon County, all right? The tornado warning there runs until 10:30. So again, just south of Catawba is where this storm is likely to track. It is tracking right now just over Kentucky Lake. It has just got between Kentucky Lake and Lake Barkley, and then tracking to the north and east. So Princeton, Kentucky, you guys need to take this seriously as this will be moving very close to you. Should get a radar scan update here very shortly. But Carmack is in the path of this storm likely. And what we're talking about is right back in here. And again, this has shown signs of debris for quite some time, dating all the way back through Benton and all the way back through Mayfield. So very strong storm here, still showing just because the debris signature maybe not nearly as pronounced as what it was just a few minutes ago, that area of rotation is extremely strong, and a sign that we likely still have a tornado on the ground at this point. If there's not one on the ground right now, it may actually produce another tornado here shortly. So again, very strong storm there, making its way to the north and east and tracking very quickly, moving at about 50 miles per hour. So this is heading over almost right on top of Twin Lakes, again heading towards the Carmack area shortly.
And then I'm going to go ahead and try to, we're going to draw another track out from where we see this hook, about 50 miles per hour out in the distance. And a couple of things that continue to show up are, again, Carmack and Princeton. So if you are located off into Princeton, this storm not going to be making its way to you for another 15-20 minutes, and right now you probably have not heard your siren go off or any alerts because the tornado warning has not been extended into your area just yet. But if this holds together, it is going to continue to track to the northeast, and that would put you in the path. So although you have not heard that siren just yet, or maybe an alert go off on your phone, now is the time that you need to be seeking shelter and getting to your safe place, because again, this has been a very, very strong and long-lasting storm, or tornado I should say, that has a history of causing significant damage. So again, the radar scan, we should be getting an update any minute now. Right now, it's still directly over Twin Lakes, but expect that once we get an update to be maybe a little bit closer to the Carmack area. Going to be moving into the Buena Vista Estates, Indian Hills, Eddy Bay, Confederate, Commerce Landing. Some of the places that we continue to push out. A couple of times we've mentioned Catawba. Looks like the area of rotation is just going to stay a little bit further to the south, but we got some really bright returns showing up over you, likely some very heavy rain and possibly some hail Let's see if we can get lightning on, and quite a bit of lightning in your area as well. And Nick, have we got any reports yet out of this, any recent reports?
We have not, and we have talked about that what we're saying is that the tornado warning here, we're still treating this as the tornadoes on the ground. Obviously the rotation there is still extremely strong at this point. So continuing to watch that right now, again, as it makes its way really between the land between the lakes area. We haven't had a new radar update here come extremely recently with this. So let's go ahead and zoom back out if we can just a bit. And it looks like it's been about 10 minutes. And again, the National Weather Service in Paducah has actually lost power and has had to give control over to the National Weather Service office in Springfield, Missouri. So we're having some folks over there trying to kind of gather some things and trying to get this as well. Just gives you an idea of the situation that we've been in this evening. This has been several large tornadoes. So far, we also need to keep an eye, I will tell you, on the storms that are moving in some of our far western counties there, and continuing to watch those just to the west of our viewing area, as the one there just to the south and west of Fredericktown, Missouri, has actually shown some signs of rotation as well. Right now, just a severe thunderstorm warning on that, but that would be tracking farther to the east into Madison County, and we'll continue to keep an eye on that one. But again, the one that we are most concerned with is continues to be here into Lyon County in parts of western Kentucky, and still showing signs of a very, very strong rotation, possibly a debris ball with that one.
And it does look like maybe we've got a little bit of an update here. That hook has pushed a little bit further off to the north and east, right over Little Bear Creek in Buena Vista, some of the places that we've been calling out this evening. Carmack, you are next as far as this storm goes, and it looks like, there we go, it looks like we got an update. This tornado warning going until 10:30 again this evening. Let's see, there we go, got a stuck mouse. And now Princeton. So we've been mentioning you as well. This tornado warning does now include you. So you need to be heading to your safe place again immediately. If this continues on its current path, it will be moving very, very close to you. And again, has a history of producing damage, possibly some very serious damage earlier tonight. This new tornado warning for Caldwell County in Kentucky now goes till 11 p.m. So they have extended, again, that tornado warning to go further off to the north and east. Right now, that area of rotation still showing up right over, very close to, again, Twin Lakes.
And JC, can we actually switch this over to the Evansville radar?
Sure.
I believe the Paducah radar is down right now, so we're not getting quite an update there. We may have to switch over to the radar in Evansville just to give you an idea of where this is, because it's going to be a little farther to the east. All right, so this is going to be crossing over once again just south and east of Catawba there, and just trying to give you an update here. So we were trying to track this back a little while. It looks like again the radar in Paducah appears to have gone down. So this is the area that's going to be the best view we get from it right now. So just south of Eddyville, this is going to be the area we continue to track. Again, our biggest concern continues to be areas now through Carmack, but over towards Princeton is where this is going to be heading here shortly. So folks in Princeton, you are under a tornado warning. This is a storm that likely still has a large tornado on the ground, so you need to seek shelter immediately if you are in Princeton. Once again, those safety rules: basement or storm shelter, best place you can be to ride out a tornado. If you do not have either one of those, you need to head to an interior room of your home, and that may be on the lowest floor. We're talking about an area away from windows. We're talking about a bathroom, a closet, a hallway. Those are going to be the best places to ride out a tornado, okay, if you do not have a storm shelter or a basement. Again, if you live in Princeton, you need to be seeking shelter immediately. This is in Lyon County. There's the Lyon County line. Once this crosses out of Lyon County, we're going to send it over to our sister station in Evansville to continue to track this. But right now, we're going to continue to track this through Lyon County as this moves into the Princeton area. Once again, if you live in a trailer or a mobile home, and I would even say a modular home, you need to get out of that and you need to seek shelter and a more sturdy shelter as well. Once again, a friend, a neighbor, a family member, great chance to, if you just get a few minutes, maybe 5-10 minutes or so, I'd say probably 5 minutes or so before this thing is into Princeton, Kentucky. So large tornado on the ground, just pushed through the Carmack area and heading into Princeton very shortly. Are we getting any updates on this one, JC?
We are not getting any reports at this time. Again, we are looking at this from the Evansville radar because Paducah has lost power. Their generator has failed. So the Springfield office is helping us out with warnings and alerts. Right now, we're still tracking that area of rotation and that strong tornado just to the south and west of Princeton. So going to continue to push off to the northeast. You are the next community that is within this storm's path. So take this very seriously. You should already be in your safe place. This has a history of producing very significant damage.
And Julie, we're going to send it over to you if we can real quickly. You have an update for us with some damage reports.
Yeah, Nick, you know, we're keeping an eye on those reports coming in tonight, and we are getting word of a partially at least collapsed Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois, that is up in Madison County. This is video from a little bit earlier. Reports right now, KMOV saying people are inside that building. Take a look at how many crews, first responders are there right now. They need to get people out of that Amazon warehouse. There are workers inside right now. So like we said, we are monitoring, you know, reports coming in right now. We don't know how many people might be stuck inside. We're also getting reports that the town of Sandburg, Tennessee, took a direct hit from a tornado. There are multiple reports that we've gotten that the town's fire station collapsed and that people are trapped inside there too. Sandburg sits next to Reelfoot Lake in Obion County. You know, some numbers say that 50 to 100 people might be trapped inside that distribution center. First responders have described it as a mass casualty incident. One eyewitness said in that case, the back of the building had been torn off. And like I said, we're even just on Twitter right now getting a lot of reports of sirens going off. So folks like Nick and JC have been saying, have a plan in place. It is about 10:15. So if you're getting ready for bed, have ways to get alerts. Listen to those sirens. I mean, reports are just pouring in on my Twitter timeline. So we are working to give you all of, you know, the information that we can. We have some crews keeping an eye on specific areas right now. So again, the big story right now that we're getting is the damage to an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois, up in Madison County. Several dozen emergency crews on scene right now. You could see it in that video, just all of those first responders lined up. There was also a nursing home in Monette, Arkansas, that took damage. There it is. Here we've got the video, or a picture rather, here for you. 2 people we know died in that incident. 5 people are hurt, and residents right now are trapped inside. So first responders trying to get to those folks, to rescue them right now, to get them the help that they need. But they say, you know, there are down power lines in that area. And again, a quick reminder about that, too. Always assume downed power lines are live. Do not try to approach it, and be careful. You know, a lot of brush will probably be coming down. So watch for those power lines. If you see brush, anything like that. Ameren, Missouri and Ameren, Illinois are keeping an eye on outages. They say they will contact customers as best they can. So they can contact you, you know, if there are outages reported. And we are getting outages reported here. Let me pull this up. Almost half of the Ameren customers in Pemiscot County right now don't have power. So, of course, we are keeping an eye on that here for you, too. But just a lot of reports coming in from folks on Twitter, on Facebook, that those sirens are going off. So have a plan in place tonight. A lot of folks probably getting ready for bed. But like JC and Nick have been telling us, we need to have a way to get those alerts. So whether that's your phone, or those sirens outside, but you need to make sure that you can get an alert if something is headed toward your area. So again, we'll keep an eye on any outages, any reports coming in. For now, I am going to go ahead and send it back to Storm Track 3 meteorologist J.C. Brian.
And we are tracking, again, another tornado warning has been issued. This one is further off to our west. So again, we've been tracking that line of storms that's been just off to our west that is now starting to push into some of those westernmost counties. A tornado warning has been issued for Madison County, Missouri, until 11 p.m. tonight. So just pulling up again some of this rotation showing up on the radar. This is just over Annapolis right now, and if it continues to push off to the east northeast, other folks that are in this warning at this time are going to be Wide Ford, Marsh Creek, Shelton Ford, 12 Mile. Looks like Central, Cherokee Pass. Looks like we've got 67 again out here in this warning. So if you are just joining us and you are in Madison County, we do have another tornado tornado warning that has been issued for the westernmost counties in our viewing area. Castor Station and looks like Marquand also in this warning. So we're going to continue to monitor this as well. We've got some reds and greens showing up there on the radar indicating some of that rotation. The strongest storm on the board continues to be the tornado that we have been tracking again off to the east. So the National Weather Service has issued another tornado warning as this moves into the Princeton area. It is considered a tornado emergency. Princeton, you need to be in your safe space immediately. This rotation is really starting to close in on the area. Looking a little bit further off again to the north and east, this tornado warning is going to go until 11 p.m. If you have friends or family that are out in, let's see, Madisonville, that looks like the next big community that this could potentially impact. Earlington, Morton's Gap, and Nortonville as well. So again, if you've got family out in any of these areas, make sure they're staying up to date with the latest as well. We're going to back out here. Looks like we have another severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for parts of southern Illinois. Damaging winds going to be possible, of course, with these storms making their way through. And that warning continues to go again until 10:30 tonight. Trying to see, we are having a couple of issues with some of our radar sites as these storms are rolling through. But we're going to continue to monitor this and give you the latest information. That latest tornado warning that was issued for Madison County. Going to zoom in a little bit closer. We've been monitoring this line behind us for quite some time. So if this line continues to push off to the east, we're going to be moving into some of the southeastern Missouri counties who haven't seen a whole lot of activity just yet. And that same thing goes for like Jefferson County, Perry County, and southern Illinois, Jackson County, Williamson County. Don't let your guard down just yet. We still have this line behind that initial round that we are still tracking that's going to be making its way into the region. So still need to stay weather aware. We actually have a, scrolling down just a little bit further, we have another tornado warning on the board into some of those southern counties again. So going to be passing just south of Caruthersville, Ridgely, close to Dyersburg and New Bern. Nick, do we have any new information on what's going on with some of our radar sites?
Yeah, so we have to switch over to and use the radar in Evansville, and the National Weather Service in Paducah right now has a major internet outage, and with that has been unable to actually send out radar data. So we're kind of having to rely on neighboring sites. In fact, as we were mentioning, that they've actually transferred all of their warning issuance and everything over to the National Weather Service office way over in Springfield, Missouri as a result. So we are having to use some radar sites, one out of Evansville, Indiana, and another out of St. Louis there, and we also have one in Memphis. But we can still track these storms. We can still see the rotation on these storms and continue to make their way to the east across the region. And there you go, all the blinking boxes there. Those are all the warnings we have in place. I'm going to have you go ahead and pause that if you can, JC, right now, and go ahead and switch over if we can.
I have switched us over to the St. Louis site.
Okay, so we can go ahead and get the St. Louis site right now. And again, what we're seeing here on radar is, and let's go ahead and focus if we can on the the tornado warning there for Madison County, because that's going to be the storms that now begin to impact parts of southern Illinois over the next hour or so and start to make their way also through parts of southeast Missouri. So this is a tornado warning. This is for the southern half of Madison County here. Looks like Fredericktown, you're not in the tornado warning, but Cherokee Pass, so just south of that on Highway 67, you are in this warning. Farther to the south over towards, say, 12 Mile. There's Coldwater. Coldwater, you're in Wayne County. You're not in the warning either, but looks like right now from Cherokee Pass to 12 Mile. Marquand also in the new warning as well. So again, tornado warning for the southern half of Madison County here. This is for the storm that we continue to track right now, moving out of, I believe, Iron County. And this is going to be the area of rotation just now to the east of Annapolis, and is going to be pushing very close to Marsh Creek, Shelton Ford, and again, the 12-mile area. Looks like that rotation will likely stay just south of Cherokee Pass. But that is a storm that, if it continues to the east, would move into the northern half of Bollinger County. So again, if this storm continues to push to the east, this would push very close to anywhere from Cherokee Pass to Marquand Highway A that runs between those two, between Cherokee Pass and Marquand, and eventually would head closer to the Patton area if it holds together. So if you live in some of these areas, you hear your community mentioned. Again, there is a tornado warning. We do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm at this point, but there is a tornado warning in effect here. So go ahead and use caution, seek shelter. Cherokee Pass 12 miles southward, even to Albright, to Marquand. Again, Highway A between Cherokee Pass and Marquand is the main two-lane highway between those two. And if you live between there, again, this storm right now just entering the western side of Madison County. How long does that tornado warning run, if you can? All right, it runs until 11 p.m. there. So again, this is for the southern half of Madison County, and new tornado warning there. All right, let's zoom back out. Let's go back to the tornado warning for Lyon County, because I know we have the tornado emergency. And you were trying to pull the Evansville radar just a little while ago, and that was the one that was down, correct?
Yes, we did lose it. Let me see if we can get it up again.
All right,
there we
so
go.
we got it back. We do have it back. All right, so tornado emergency right now for Princeton, Kentucky. This is Lyon County. All right, there's the Lyon County line. Once this crosses out of Lyon County, we're going to send this over to our friends at our sister station in Evansville. All right, because this is going to be moving into their market and moving out of our market. But right now, this is a tornado warning, tornado emergency for Princeton, Kentucky. If we can get back over to velocity and see if we can still see, and still very, very strong rotation. Now, this is the same storm. Latest update there now pushes this through Princeton. This is the same storm that pushed through Mayfield. And just seeing, I was just looking while JC was taking over, I was looking at some of the videos, some of the pictures coming in from Mayfield of some catastrophic damage there. Very, very severe damage into the Mayfield area. JC, you've got your hand raised. What you got for us?
Yeah, and with that, you know, we're actually starting to get some reports of maybe 100 to 200 people trapped at the candle factory in Mayfield, where this storm moved through. Looks like they've got search and rescue operations underway. They are reporting catastrophic damage in the city core. So again, as this continues to push off to the north and east, and unfortunately looks like it's coming into contact with some of those city populations, this is a huge concern as we continue to push throughout the evening.
All right, so if you want to go ahead and switch back over, we've been talking about switching radars. Can we go to the, there should be the Hopkinsville radar in there now in the list. If you go down there, it starts with an H there, and you should be able to pull the Hopkinsville radar now.
There we go.
And there you go with the latest velocity scan on that. So it looks like very strong They're just now east of Princeton, Kentucky. That continues then to track to the east. So again, we're going to let our friends in Evansville take over once this moves out of Lyon County in western Kentucky, but we're going to stay with you until it crosses out of there. But we do have still a TDS, meaning a tornado debris signature with this storm as it pushed through nearer Princeton, Kentucky. Tracking to the north and east, this is going to be heading, if you have friends and family in Morton's Gap, Nortonville, Earlington, or Madisonville in western Kentucky, you need to give those folks a heads up. You may want to call if you've got family and friends. I know it's late at night. I know it's almost 10:30 here, and I know we've been on air for a long time. You got to give these guys a call because this is a big-time storm. This is a storm that has a history of producing a large tornado, likely still has a large tornado on the ground. That little box you see there flashing around Princeton is the National Weather Service once again issuing a tornado emergency for Princeton, Kentucky. So that will continue to track to the east and northeast, Madisonville, Earlington, Morton's Gap, and Nortonville, all in the path of that storm. All right, let's go ahead and zoom back out. Let's go ahead and switch over probably to the St. Louis or Evansville. Evansville, St. Louis works just fine right there. All right, so still a severe thunderstorm warning. And we're not forgetting about you folks right now across southern Illinois and western Kentucky. Severe thunderstorm warning there. The strongest part of that storm right now through Pope County, far southern Pope County, and through parts of Massac County as well, near the Brookport area. And that severe thunderstorm likely not producing a tornado. We're not concerned with that storm at this point, but could produce some strong straight line winds. A tornado warning as well to the south looks like now for southeastern Obion County, and also the southwest corner of Weakley County and parts of northwest Tennessee. So some of these areas that are seeing the first storm of the day, Dyersburg is where that storm's moving through right now. We'll be moving towards New Bern and then up the line. Again, heading in back into our viewing area here, this is going to be in Weakley County from Dresden to Martin. You guys are in this tornado warning. Greenfield, Dyer, Dresden to Martin, all in the path of this storm as well. So take this one seriously. I don't think we have a tornado confirmed on the ground with this storm, but once again, tornado warning for these areas. That is the southeastern Obion County in northwest Tennessee and the southwest corner of Weakley County in northwest Tennessee. So a lot of storms to get to. If we go ahead and widen back out, we'll get to the other tornado warning that's in Madison County right now in southeast Missouri. And if we switch back over there, so these are storms that we continue to watch as well. So again, this is an atmosphere that has not been worked over yet across southeastern Missouri and eventually into parts of southwest Illinois. So again, I know that you guys have been with us for several hours now. We've been on air telling you about storms moving through western Kentucky, but there's another line right now moving into parts of southeast Missouri. So this is just now moving into the western side of Madison County, and this is a storm showing rotation right back in here through the Marshall Creek area. So again, anywhere from Cherokee Pass to Marquand, there's 12 Mile right here along Highway 67. Between Cherokee Pass and 12 Mile is where this area of rotation is going to pass over. That's a tornado warning as well. How long does that tornado warning run until? Probably about 11, I'm guessing?
Yes, this warning does go until 11 p.m.
Okay.
And it looks like, Nick, we do have another tornado warning that has been issued for some of our southern Illinois counties. Let's see if we can get that up and going for you. Massac County and Pope County in southern Illinois.
Yeah, we may have to pull the Hopkinsville radar on that one too.
There we go. We've got the Hopkinsville radar up, and there is some tight rotation there. It looks like it's just off to the northeast of Brookport there, going to be moving towards Bay City and Birdsville.
Yeah, so this one's going to be, it looks like now just to the north and east as JC was mentioning of Brookport, probably just north of Unionville. If you're familiar with this area, that's Unionville Road right through here, just to the east of Brookport. And it looks like maybe just to the north there of Unionville Road, tracking to the north and east. So again, this is far south and eastern Massac County. New tornado warning, far southeastern Massac County, far southern Pope County, okay? This is Bay City, Birdsville, and this also then continues into Livingston County here in western Kentucky. The Ohio River, the Kentucky-Illinois line right here. Again, there's Brookport. This is actually now to the east of Brookport that we are most concerned with. Once again, this is very close to the radar site typically, but the Paducah radar down right now. So we're having to zoom and really feel this out from the Hopkinsville radar, but an area of tight rotation there, working its way to the north and east. So if we can zoom in, there you go, Shady Grove, and again, there's Unionville Road. So this is just north of that. There's Unity School Road as well. So this is going to be moving right down Unity School Road. Hamletsburg Road is going to be here. This is going to pass, there's the Ohio, Birdsville to Smithland. I would say that this is probably going to pass anywhere from Birdsville to Smithland. This is U.S. Highway...
Looks like Highway 60.
Highway 60 right here. Okay, so Birdsville to Smithland, U.S. Highway 60, Miller Landing, Lemon Landing, Milliken Junction, and this is in Livingston County here. Again, we are sitting here. This is right in a lot of different county lines here. This is the Mazak County line. This is a far southern edge of Pope County here, and then we're talking about going into Livingston County and parts of western Kentucky. So again, this is the area of rotation we're talking about right back into the Unity School Road, tracking to the north and east on that one. That tornado warning, how long does that one run, if you don't mind, JC?
Yeah, of course. This one goes until 11:15.
All right. So again, no confirmed tornado on the ground with this one, but it would not be surprising with seeing how tight that rotation is if we weren't too far away from seeing that. Farther to the north and east, looks like this does also include parts of western Crittenden County here. This is just west. Now, this is Marion, Kentucky. Don't get this confused with Marion, Illinois. This is Marion, Kentucky here. Salem, Kentucky as well in that. And we're talking about far western Crittenden County, Livingston County, and it looks like, again, area of rotation just to the east and northeast now of Brookport. Will be crossing over towards Birdsville and Smithland, right along Highway 60. So that tracking to the north and east, I believe, probably about 45 to 50 miles per hour.
Let's go ahead and see if we can throw a track up on this one as well. Going to extend that out from that area of rotation, about 50 miles per hour. And here are some of those towns that I believe you've already heard Nick mention when we drag the track out. Estimating less than 10 minutes for Birdsville. Birdsville, you really need to be in your safe spot already. Following Birdsville, we're talking Miller Landing, looks like Lemon or Lehman Landing as well, Berna and Francis. So again, we're going to zoom in a little bit closer for folks. So Hampton, going to be passing very close to you as well. Looks like right now going to be passing anywhere between very close to Birdsville, so between Bay City and Smithland. And again, Lehman Landing, Berna, Hampton, all in this tornado warning this evening, going until 11:15 tonight. So this is another area of some pretty tight rotation that is showing up on the radar this evening. We have not had a confirmation of a tornado on the ground. However, what we are hearing from folks, the one storm or cell that we have been tracking throughout the evening hours through parts of western Kentucky, we're getting word that emergency responders want you to keep those roads clear. So again, if you're off into Graves County or into the western Kentucky area, some of those areas have been hit fairly hard, so please keep those areas clear for emergency responders so that they can get to some of these people and to some of this damage and keep them safe and help them get out of some of that.
Yeah, we actually have another tornado warning to pass along too, just a little farther to the south, a couple more to talk about. If you don't mind, just in Tennessee. This is in northwest Tennessee. We do have a tornado warning now as well for parts of Obion County once again. So this is an area of rotation that gets picked up there, and you can see just to the west of Union City, Tennessee. We also now still have a tornado warning for the southeastern corner of Obion County and southwest parts of Weakley County, and seeing some reports there that the sirens are going off in Martin, Tennessee, over towards Dresden right now, tracking that storm that is going to be making its way again into the southwest corner of Weakley County. Tornado warning also continuing. It does include the western sections of Union City. It looks like the rotation there is going to stay west of Union City at this point, but for the northern part of Obion County. So quite a few tornado warnings again across the region. And one thing that's kind of been interesting this evening, JC, is just usually we end up with tornado warnings in a line where you can say, hey, let's look to the west and see tornado warnings. We're looking right now in some of our eastern counties at tornado warnings. We're looking at some of our southern counties at tornado warnings. And we're looking at some of our western counties as well for tornado warnings. So again, just gives you an idea of how primed up the atmosphere was today. You could feel it. You step outside this afternoon and you could feel that it didn't feel like December by any means. So that was a concern, of course, going into it. And we thought that there was a possibility here for significant severe weather. Anytime we call for that and forecast it, we hope it never does happen. It does unfortunately appear that that was the case, though, this evening with the possibility of multiple long track, very strong tornadoes that impacted at least parts of western Kentucky, the Missouri Boot Heel, and northwest Tennessee. All right, tornado warning once again for parts of Madison County here in southeast Missouri. This is going to be crossing likely just south of Cherokee Pass there and central. There's a gas station about right up in here. It looks like that's going to stay south of Cherokee Pass, cross over Highway 67. Again, Highway A between Marquand. That's a little curvy road here between Marquand and Cherokee Pass there. This is going to be approaching likely the central sections of that. And so if you live in Marquand, get ready. This storm is going to be heading towards you here in just a bit, and we'll be pushing there. So again, this is the southern half of Madison County. This is a radar indicated tornado warning. So at this point, we do not have a confirmed tornado on the ground, but we still need to take it very seriously, and we still need to act like it is having a tornado on the ground. We want to seek shelter once again from Marquand over towards Klondike, and then to the north and west over towards the Cherokee Pass area. This is still west of Highway 67, but this is tracking to the east and northeast. So from really anywhere from Castor Station to Marquand, right along the Castor River is where this is going to be making its way here in just a little while. So something to watch there. That tornado warning, again, we're taking this about 50 miles per hour. The end of this arrow right here, that's 30 minutes. So in 30 minutes, this is going to be well into the northern part of Bollinger County. So again, anywhere from Zion to Marquand, and you pass into the northern part of Bollinger County, Patton and Hurricane, all in the path of this storm, putting it into Marquand, say in about 15 minutes or so, say 10 to 15 minutes. Give yourself a little heads up here, and heading into Patton just after 11. Again, no confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm, but it is a storm that we need to watch, and notice these storms continue to strengthen out ahead of this as well. So something to watch there as these then continue eastward, especially as they start to get into Bollinger County, Perry County, and those then eventually making their way into parts of southwest Illinois. All right, let's get back to the tornado warning if we can, JC, to the one there into Massac County, into Pope County. As we continue to watch this one in Lyon County, that is moving out of our viewing area, all right? That is going to be moving into the Evansville viewing area. We're going to let that one slide off there and let our sister station take over. That one, though, still big tornado on the ground there east of Princeton. And again, if you do have family and friends in Madisonville, Kentucky, you need to be giving them a heads up. That is a big tornado that is still confirmed on the ground right now, all right? Tornado warning continues there. It looks like the circulation that we've been tracking here making its way towards the Birdsville area. This is going to pass south of Bay City. Brookport, don't worry. I know that your sirens went off, at least your weather radio or your phone probably went off with this one. The circulation is past you. It's also past Unionville, and it looks like the circulation here is probably going to stay north of Smithland. It is going to pass, it's passing over the Ohio River right now near Birdsville. It is going to be moving towards Berna, Hampton, Salem, and then it looks like they have again included the western part of Crittenden County. This is the Livingston-Crittenden County line right through here. That is a tornado warning there that runs until 11:15. So just a lot to get to. If you don't mind, we're going to go back over to reflectivity and just kind of run down everything and just a wide view of it. I know we don't have the Paducah radar, but there we go. So some of these storms here through western Kentucky, those will continue to track to the north and east. There you go. And then the storms that we continue now to turn our attention to more and more are the storms now just moving into the western side of our viewing area. Again, if you're joining us from southern Illinois, these are the storms that are likely to have the biggest impact on you. So something we continue to track there. Tornado warning right now on that line through parts of southern Madison County, and then a couple severe thunderstorm warnings, okay? The atmosphere is still pretty primed here for severe weather. We have not seen a lot of storms so far in this corridor. So as these storms move in, they will likely be severe. We could still see the possibility, strong straight line winds, and possibly still a few tornadoes out of these storms as they make their way eastward through southeast Missouri and eventually into southwest Illinois. Any reports to pass along, JC?
You know, most of the reports right now, Nick, that are coming in are still from that large tornado that we tracked all the way from Arkansas to now making its way through parts of, western Kentucky. That is now pushing away from our area. That seems to be where the hardest hit areas are, which is not surprising. It's the storm that we've been following again all night long. It's now just starting to move out of our region. But if you have folks or family or close friends off into Madisonville, maybe even a little bit further down the line into Central City, you'll want to make sure they're tuning in with our sister station for the latest information on that storm. The biggest thing is, I think for us that you've already mentioned, Nick, we are still tracking a lot of folks in southern Illinois. It has been relatively quiet for us so far, but as this back line of storms moves through, again, we haven't seen a whole lot of activity, so there's still a good chance that we see some very strong storms as this back line really starts to make its way into the area within the next couple of hours or so, really.
Yeah, we've kind of been talking about, for the last couple of days, the timing for severe storms in our region is from 8 p.m. to 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, and we may think that is even as late as 3 a.m. for our region. This is still going to be a long evening. Yes, again, we've got another line of strong storms moving in from the west. We've seen storms that have produced damage in our region. I believe we do have a crew right now heading south to Mayfield. Some of the reports out of Mayfield are quite alarming, as we have heard several reports of some catastrophic damage, some major damage, as it does appear that a tornado at least had somewhat of a direct shot right on Mayfield a little while ago. That storm is the one that just pushed through Princeton, Kentucky, and continues to work its way towards Madisonville. That's the storm you see there that continues to make its way with, it's going to pass south of Owensboro. That is a storm that has had a tornado on it at one time or another all the way back into northeast Arkansas, and really has produced a ton of damage through the Missouri Boot Heel, northwest Tennessee, and western Kentucky. We still have a tornado warning for the storm that is now crossing again the Ohio River into Livingston County. That is a tornado warning we continue to track there. And then looks like we are going to see the other tornado warning back into Madison County in southeast Missouri. And we'll see if they issue any more severe thunderstorm warnings on some of these cells as they make their way to the east. But let's go, if we can, right back into the Madison County. We'll start there. Looks like a little notch back in here is where we're going to be talking about, crossing Highway 67 as we speak here. South of Cherokee Pass, I believe, at this point, and it looks like if this continues on the track that it is, and it looks like maybe the rotation actually is back up in this area, but we're kind of seeing this from pretty far away. But if the track continues on this one, this would be moving closer to, say, Marquand near Cherokee Pass. Again, Klondike right through here. Castor River runs right through this area and right through that valley there. So it looks like maybe this is going to pass north of Marquand and cross over Highway A just between Cherokee Pass and Marquand shortly. Once again, if that one holds together and the rotation continues, we're going to continue that into the northern part of Bollinger County here in just a bit, and we're talking about Patton and Sedgwickville would be the next in line with that one. We'll see if they continue to take that tornado warning farther to the east. Now, Julie, you've got an update to pass along to us as well?
Yeah, Nick, we are just keeping an eye on any reports that really come into us. We're just on Twitter. We're on any feed that we can to get any reports of damages, any reports of outages. Here are a couple big things we're tracking tonight. Damage to an Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois, up in Madison County. Take a look. This was the scene as it was kind of happening. These are first responders waiting to get to that Amazon warehouse. We do know people are trapped inside right now. Workers were in that building when a storm system went through, and part of it is collapsed. So right now, folks are stuck inside that Amazon warehouse. First responders, though, really still kind of a dangerous situation for them, even as the dangerous weather continues. KMOV is reporting on that. So, of course, we are looking for updates as soon as those come in. Also in Sandburg, Tennessee, tornado went right through there. We're getting reports that the town's fire station collapsed and that people are trapped inside there, too. Sandburg sits next to Reelfoot Lake in Obion County. Some of those reports saying 50 to 100 people could be trapped inside. An eyewitness let us know the back of that building in Sandburg, Tennessee was torn off. And a big story tonight, a lot of coverage on this one, the Monette nursing home in Monette, Arkansas. That's near the Boot Heel. Nursing home sustained damage in that one. This is footage, or a picture rather, of that incident. 2 people have died because of this incident here in Arkansas. So already, fatalities being reported from these systems tonight. 2 people dead, 5 people at least hurt, 20 people could be trapped inside still. And first responders say they're having a hard time getting to that nursing home in Monette, Arkansas, because of down power lines. Again, this system is still moving through. So these first responders are having to get to these people, in the wind and in the rain. It's dangerous conditions for them still. The National Weather Service in Paducah right now reporting power outages. So we are keeping an eye on outages. Almost half of the Ameren customers in Pemiscot County don't have power right now. So we are working to, monitor those. And I do want to mention, we will be streaming. So even if your power goes out, you will be able to watch Nick and JC as they track these systems come through. And touching off on that too, we want to let you know, have ways to get alerts. It's late. It's, 10:45 here. Make sure your phone can get alerts. Make sure you have those sirens. And my producers are letting me know we have pictures from Mayfield. It sounds like we're getting reports of damage there. Take a look at this, folks. I mean, you can just see the debris from the storm systems moving through there right now. So these are serious systems moving through. Make sure you have ways to get alerts. Make sure you have a plan in place. Like Nick and JC have said, know where to go and know what to do, know how to get those alerts, and where you can move your families and your pets to a safe space. We have a crew on the way right now to Mayfield to get, firsthand footage of some of the damage there, some of what folks are seeing. But again, folks, right now, stay safe. If you don't have to be out, don't be out. Just have a way to get alerts and to know what is going on. So again, keeping an eye on a couple of pretty intense damage reports this evening here already from Illinois, from Arkansas, from Kentucky. So, keep an eye out for those. And like we said, have a plan in place if your power goes out, especially too. If you have power right now, take the chance. Charge your phone while you can in case your power does go out and you need to have a way to get alerts. Right now, we're even hearing reports of some, police stations losing power. So this is knocking out, or this is causing outages. Ameren, Illinois, Ameren, Missouri say they'll contact customers as they can, contact you if the power goes out. But folks, what we're seeing right now on, our Twitter pages to our email, there are several reports, several significant reports of outages. So we are in the news, on the news side of things, keeping an eye on those. We're seeing a lot of folks on Twitter right now, too, talking about those sirens going off pretty much all night as I've been scrolling through any social media. Folks getting reports of those sirens coming through and really just some of the things that we're seeing, some of those, damage reports and some of the pictures that you all have been taking, that folks have been taking, looking pretty significant. And I'm getting word that there's a warning. I'm going to send it back to JC here.
We do have another tornado warning that really has essentially been extended. So we were tracking that tornado warning that was off into Madison County. That area of circulation going to be making its way into Bollinger County and northern Cape County. Zooming in a little bit closer, that rotation looks to be very close to, again, Castor Station, Hans Mill if this continues on the track and pushing northeast, it's going to pass somewhere between Heitman's Mill and Patton. So we've got 51 right here, going to be passing very close to Sedgwickville, excuse me. So again, if you're seeing your town names showing up at this tornado warning, you want to make sure you are seeking shelter immediately. Even going a little bit further down, it looks like Beale also going to be in the path of this storm. We've got Interstate 55 there, and just outside of the warning, we're going to zoom out a little bit and track this a little bit further, because some of these areas of rotation again have been long lasting. So if this were to hold together, you know, folks across southern Illinois, we've been pretty quiet, but this would extend into, again, Perry County, Missouri. Some of that, again, southern areas have already been warned, but this could potentially push into Jackson County. So, again, this is a storm that we're going to have to continue to monitor. That rotation is still right over Hans Mill and Castor Station at this time. That new tornado warning goes until 11:30 p.m. So we've got quite a while on that warning yet.
Yeah, and you know, this just kind of continues this pattern, and you can see the stronger storms there now making their way in some of our western counties. So as we watch one batch of storms move out of our region to the east, and gosh, that storm's still producing a strong tornado again as it moves into the Madisonville, Kentucky area. That is out of our viewing area. We have handed that over to our sister station in Evansville to cover that. We still do have a tornado warning there for Livingston County and parts of Crittenden County into parts of western Kentucky. And I don't believe that radar scan is up to date there, JC, but we have lost the radar in Hopkinsville as well. So the National Weather Service office in Paducah has had some major communication issues, likely related to the tornado that maybe passed through the Mayfield area south of there. But essentially they have lost power. So what that means is they rely heavily on the internet to get the radar data out. And right now, the National Weather Service in Paducah controls the Hopkinsville, Evansville, and Paducah radars, and all three of those right now appear to be down. So we're going to rely on the radar site that is in St. Louis, which we are going to be tracking these storms now making their way again through southeast Missouri. As JC was talking about there, we do have a tornado warning for Madison County. That is also now that storm moving out of Madison County is going to be moving into northern Bollinger County there. And it looks like that is going to be a bit of an embedded supercell there. You can see the possible hail core here and the hook that's right back here. So this is just now crossed out of Madison County and into the northern part of Bollinger County. If you're familiar with this area, you know exactly what I'm talking about. This is coming up to the intersection in Patton. There's a gas station that sits about right here at that intersection of 72 and 51, really high traffic area there through northern Bollinger County, and that's where this area of rotation is going to be passing very close to shortly. That will then continue to the east and northeast. So part of this warning does include the far southern part of Perry County. This is in, again, southeast Missouri, and then the northwest corner of Cape Girardeau County. It does include Beale. It looks like, as I heard JC mention, Heitman's Mill, Patton, Heitman's Mill, again, that intersection 51 and 72 right there. And then it looks like maybe if this holds together and continues, that's going to pass very close to the Perry and Cape Girardeau County line. All right, so this is going to be Appleton. Old Appleton is right over this way. And then eastward. If this were to continue to show signs of rotation in a strong storm one way or another, we will likely see this move into the western side of Jackson County here in just a bit. Again, you're not under a warning yet. We do not have a confirmed report of a tornado on the ground. This is a radar indicated tornado warning for northern Bollinger County, northwest Cape Girardeau County, and southern Perry County in southeast Missouri. This hasn't even made it quite yet to the I-55 corridor. But again, just have your plan in place. I'm not telling you yet to go to shelter in Gorham or Grand Tower or any of these areas. But if you may live in a trailer, if you live in a mobile home in this area, and it takes you a little while to get out of that, and you have to head to a neighbor or a family member's house, it may not be a bad time to go ahead and do so and wait until these storms pass over the next couple of hours. We do have another severe thunderstorm warning. Notice this line really continues to develop southward, so we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. That is for the northern part of Wayne County. That strong storm there possibly producing some strong straight line winds. Looks like maybe the possibility there as well, some hail. And that is a strong storm as well that's going to continue to push to the east and northeast. And a long line here of storms that continues to develop and work its way into the region. Once again, the area of southwest Illinois here, and much of this area of southeast Missouri really has not seen thunderstorms yet. So the atmosphere just continues to be conducive for severe storms. The cold front that's finally going to get rid of our severe weather threat later tonight, still well to our west and northwest. So we've been telling you here for the last couple of days that we would likely be tracking these strong thunderstorms well into the evening hours, possibly into the early morning hours Saturday, maybe as late as 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. So before it really starts to clear out to our east. So for some folks, this is still going to be a long night. But once again, right there at that intersection of 72 and 51 is where I think this tornado warning, or at least this area of rotation, is likely going to pass. That's just to the north there of Patton, where those two highways come together. That will track to the east, Sedgwickville, and eventually again over towards Bealey and Appleton. You would be next in line with that one, and if it holds together, it would be the rest of Perry County, Frona, and eventually Grand Tower and Gorham, the Fountain Bluff area right here in Oakwoods Bottom. So once again, if you live in any of these areas, I'm not telling you if you're in the Jackson County Bottoms or in Union County yet that you need to be heading to shelter, but again, just be paying attention here as these storms get a little closer over the next 30 minutes. All right, putting a storm track on this, moving to the north and east. Did you put this at about 50 miles per hour? So there you go, coming up into Patton next couple of minutes, and Sedgwickville coming up in about 10 minutes. Bealey coming up at about 11:15. And Apple Creek coming up about 20 after 11. Same in Oak Ridge there. Oak Ridge in the northern part of Cape Girardeau County. Again, these storms continue to work their way to the north and east. No confirmed tornado on this storm yet, but radar indicated tornado warning. We need to take it seriously. It could produce a tornado. We are pretty far away from the radar site here, so while we are indicating some rotation, we're not getting a great view inside of it. We still have the tornado warning as well. Looks like we can see that rotation even from St. Louis, but putting a storm track over towards, say, Marion area, about 60 miles or so. So about 60 miles, say, from Crab Orchard Lake back to that storm in northern Bollinger County. So if these storms, say, are moving, has been on average about 50 miles per hour, gives you just a little over an hour before we're talking about some stronger storms moving in there from the west. But we'll see if the rotation continues to hold up in that storm. Still showing some signs there through northern Bollinger County, through the Patton area. But again, we're not getting a great view from the St. Louis radar. It's so far away, but that's what we're having to rely on this evening. But there's the area of rotation that has prompted the tornado warning, crossing over Highway 51 right now. And that will then continue to the north and east, once again moving at about 50 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and zoom back out if we can, JC, kind of get a complete rundown of what we've got going on. I'm even going to have you plot in here the tornado watch if you can do so. And we do have a tornado watch pretty much for the entire region. Everywhere you see here in yellow, which is our entire viewing area, that runs, I believe, for about another 30 seconds. Have they extended that you know of here? Do you know if they have extended this tornado watch at all? I know it runs until 11 p.m., but
still have it on here for 11 p.m.
All right, so I imagine we'll probably end up seeing some type of extension on this watch, but you can kind of get a rundown here, all the flashing boxes. The orange boxes there you see, we can go ahead and clear away that watch, but the orange boxes you see there, those are severe thunderstorm warnings. The red boxes that you see on your screen that are blinking and flashing, those are tornado warnings. So once again, we do have a tornado warning for eastern Livingston County. That is also western Crittenden County. That's a strong storm moving through there. We still have it looks like we just got a new tornado warning that got plotted in there in the northwest Tennessee. That's for Weakley County in northwest Tennessee, and that is a storm that is going to be moving through the Martin and Dresden area. If you feel threatened from this storm, once again, new tornado warning for Weakley County here in northwest Tennessee. If you feel threatened from this storm, we're really recommending from Martin to Dresden that you go ahead and seek shelter right now, all right? So new tornado warning for Weakley County. How long does that one run for?
This new tornado warning runs until 11:45, so we've got about 45 minutes.
All right, so we will stay with you with that tornado warning. Of course, then to the north, if that one were to hold together. Again, Murray, you're not in that tornado warning yet, but just think ahead of time. Again, as fast as these storms are making their way to the north and east, make sure that you are paying attention to this storm. So again, right now moving through the Dresden and Martin, Tennessee area. If the path were to hold together, that would then move into parts of Callaway County. So that is an extremely strong storm there, making its way through Weakley County as we speak, and there's the area of rotation. So it looks like that is going to be moving very close to where we have Dresden and the Martin area. So looks like that's kind of where that one's going to be heading. And then we'll continue to work its way to the north and east. Again, Martin, Dresden, and Weakley counties. And then can we go back up to the other one that we had in Livingston and Crittenden County too?
Sure.
Get another view on that one. It looks like they've wiped the one tornado warning for Obion County as well. That was near Union City. But still a tornado warning here as well for looks like the western part of Crittenden County. If you're familiar with this area, there's Cave and Rock looking across the Ohio River. So this is actually Marion, Kentucky, not Marion, Illinois. And two areas of rotation that kind of look like here. We've got one up here and then possibly one here. No confirmed tornado on the ground with this one, but again, radar indicated tornado for the western part of Crittenden County. We'll see if they end up extending that farther to the east. JC, do you have some reports to pass along?
From my understanding, I believe we may have some pictures from the newsroom coming in from Mayfield.
Yes. Yeah, JC, we do. We are getting our first look at the damage in Mayfield, Kentucky tonight. I hope we can pull up one of those photos here. We've gotten word, too, of people trapped in the candle factory down in Mayfield. We have a crew on the way there right now. So, folks, take a look at this. This is the county courthouse. Now, I want to put what you're seeing in perspective for you. On that building, that Graves County Courthouse, there used to be a tower or a spire on top of that, if you will. So if you can kind of see where the roof comes to a point, what's left of it, there used to be a tower above that. This is in Mayfield, Kentucky. You're looking at the Graves County Courthouse as it stands tonight. This was sent to us by a News 3 viewer. We also have a crew on their way, making their way, as safely as they can through the storms right now down into Mayfield, into Graves County. We are getting a lot of reports there of damage tonight. Like I said, we have reports of people trapped in the candle factory down there. So a really serious system that moved through there even. And I think we have another photo of damage from that same area, or from debris rather. That one is on your screen right now. So this is after some of those systems swept through, but you can kind of just see the debris, on the road there. So, take shelter. If, when Nick and JC say that, they mean it. These systems that we're seeing right now are serious. We're getting reports, just Twitter timelines, email timelines, Facebook, just the damage coming through, people hearing those sirens and, needing ways to get alerts. So like Nick and JC have been saying all this week, too, make sure you have a plan tonight. Know where you're going to go for safety. We are getting reports of power outages, too. Pemiscot County, Obion County. So some of these areas without power. Again, this is another, the image of the Graves County Courthouse, just to give you some perspective of, what these storms can do. There did used to be a tower on the front of that building. And that is not the only damage reports that we are seeing coming in. A couple big stories that we're monitoring tonight in Monette, Arkansas. Even a tornado, went through that area, hit a nursing home. That nursing home is partially collapsed. And we do know at least 2 people have died because of that. So these storms already deadly. Fatalities are being reported. And this image right now is that nursing home in Monette, Arkansas. Last we had heard, 5 people were hurt, 20 people, up to 20 people could have been trapped inside. First responders trying to get there. Our ABC affiliate down there really keeping an eye on that situation. But I do want to stress, too, these emergency responders are working in these storms. They have to be careful, too. Right now, that nursing home situation is really tense because of down power lines in the area. Another big story coming through tonight is the Amazon warehouse in Edwardsville, Illinois. That's in Madison County. That sustained damage. It's partially collapsed. We've learned workers were in the building when that system went through, and we know people are trapped inside right now. This is the footage we have of first responders, trying to get there, trying to get to those folks. So already hearing reports of people being trapped inside buildings. First responders trying to get to where they can. We're hearing reports even, the National Weather Service right now doesn't have power. Some police stations don't have power. So this is really coming through, just kind of leaving destruction, in its wake. We've got crews right now where we can send them safely to bring some of those reports to us. I'm just looking through, what we've gotten so far, just of damage reports, outages reported, Obion County, like we said, Pemiscot County. So really just a lot of things coming down that we are keeping an eye on. Of course, we do want to stress, have a plan in place, have a way to get those alerts. If you have power right now, charge your phone, listen for those sirens, listen for those alerts, and take it seriously. You need to have a place where you, your family, your pets can go for safety and for shelter. We are, keeping an eye on some of those bigger damage reports coming in. Like we said, the nursing home in Arkansas, the Amazon facility up in Edwardsville, Illinois. Right now, we're getting reports even that I-255 is shut down in that area near that Amazon facility. Up to 100 employees could be stuck inside. That, again, in the Metro East area. To give you some context, Mayfield, that's where that courthouse photo came from. They're reporting damage right now. Sandburg, Tennessee, we're getting a lot of reports from there, too, that they took a direct hit. There are reports coming in that the town's fire station collapsed and that people could be trapped inside there, too. That Sandburg is right next to Reelfoot Lake in Obion County. First responders are on scene right now. One eyewitness at the scene let us know that the back of that building, that fire station, the back of the building has just been ripped off. So, like we said, those first responders having to work through this weather too, and do that safely. So that is just creating, more of a tense situation. And even, like I said, just on Twitter, as I'm scrolling through here, folks, a lot of people saying, they can feel or hear the wind. They can hear those sirens. So this is not something, that you can just kind of sleep through. It is, we understand it's getting late, but you need to have something that can wake you up in case, you're in one of those areas that needs to take cover or needs to get to safety. So again, we will be monitoring those outages, that damage coming in, and I am getting word. We'll go ahead and send it back to Storm Track 3 meteorologist JC Brand.
And we do have a couple of new updates to pass along. We had that tornado watch that was in place until 11 p.m. that has now officially been updated for a large portion of the region. That tornado watch, again, like we've talked about, we've been waiting for the front to make its way through. And we talked about how this could be a very long night for many of us. That tornado watch has been extended until 5 a.m. So going to be, again, a very long night. While that has been extended, we do have at least a little bit of good news to pass along. That tornado warning that had been issued for Madison County, Bowling, or parts of Perry County in Missouri, that has now been canceled. So at this time, we have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued until 11:45, but we've really started to see some of that rotation weaken on that storm, so they have decided to let that initial warning expire at this time.
Yeah, we want to pass along a couple other warnings that we still have. Of course, we still have the severe thunderstorm warnings that JC was talking about. We also still have a couple of tornado warnings right now into parts of northwest Tennessee, and it looks like we still have a tornado warning right now as well for parts of western Kentucky. And I believe that one is going to expire probably in the next 15 minutes. But we'll go ahead and focus right now, if we can, into northwest Tennessee. That is parts of Weakley County there, and we are continuing to track this storm as it moves through the Dresden area. If we switch over to, if we can clear the watch out of there and then switch back over to base velocity right now, we can actually pull that in. Storm relative seems like it is not currently working from Hopkinsville, but we do have base that is working from there right now. So continuing to see that one again, tracking right now through the Dresden area. Tornado warning there for parts of Weakley County. That will track to the north and east. It looks like that's going to, I believe this is Henry County and parts of northwest Tennessee. And then this is Callaway County, of course, into parts of Kentucky. The Kentucky-Tennessee line sitting right here. So that storm right now sitting almost right on top of Dresden is where the area of rotation is. And then tracking to the north and east. Not a confirmed tornado on the ground with this one at this time. But just because we don't have a confirmed tornado doesn't necessarily mean that it doesn't have a tornado with it, or it could produce a tornado still as well. So again, that's moving through the Dresden area, tracking to the north and east. Paris, Tennessee, really to Puryear. Puryear is probably going to be the one that ends up seeing this storm next. And we continue to watch that storm track to the north and east, again moving about 50 miles per hour. As we zoom back out just a bit, we had the tornado warning just a little farther to the north of that. That one as well looks like maybe we are seeing some of the rotation weaken just a bit on that storm. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like now, for eastern Crittenden County, and I'm actually surprised we don't have a tornado warning on this one with the area of rotation. That's now to the east and northeast. This is, again, Marion, Kentucky, not Marion, Illinois. So if you are joining us this evening and you're having a hard time figuring out exactly where we're talking about, this is Cave and Rock, this is Crittenden County and parts of western Kentucky, and this is Marion, Kentucky. That storm now just to the north and east of Marion, Kentucky will track to the northeast as well, and that is a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like we've got some pretty good rotation actually in that storm. That is actually going to be crossing out of our viewing area, so we are going to let our sister station in Evansville eventually take that one over here in just a few minutes as it crosses out of Crittenden County. Let's go back to the west if we can, JC. This really is an interesting night. Once again, tracking, usually we're tracking storms just coming from one way. You're looking to the west to see our storms. Tonight, we've been tracking storms in some of our southern counties, and at the same time, tracking storms in some of our eastern counties, and then right now also tracking storms moving in from the west. So as JC mentioned, the rotation has weakened just a bit with this storm that has pushed into northern Bollinger County and then Cape Girardeau County, so they have let that tornado warning cancel. And then as we continue to watch that, though, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. That severe thunderstorm warning, most of Cape Girardeau County, at least the northern 2/3 of the county in there, the northern half of Bollinger County, and then the far southern corner of Perry County in southeast Missouri. And JC, I don't know if we can actually pull up the camera that we have at the Perryville Airport right there just across the river from Chester. We should get a pretty good view here of this storm. But again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning. That runs until about 11:45 there. Strong storm capable possibly of some strong straight line winds in that. And there's still a lot of spin, a lot of turn still in the atmosphere. So it is something we will be dealing with here, at least here for the next few hours, the possibility that some of these storms, do I think we're going to see something like what we saw just a little while ago with that storm that moved through parts of western Kentucky? Probably not, but I still think that there's a chance that we see some of these storms produce some rotation, and of course any tornado is a bad tornado to be dealing with, so something we are going to continue to track here through the rest of this evening. Again, strong storm there through parts of Perry County right now in southeast Missouri. That's going to be crossing over the Mississippi River, so get ready into parts of Murfreesboro, Gorham, say Grand Tower, southward, Wolf Lake, Ware. You guys here in probably the next 20 to 30 minutes are going to see at least a pretty good thunderstorm out of this. Likely going to see some strong straight line winds as a possibility, especially as this crosses the river here in just a bit and makes its way into far southwest Illinois. We continue to watch more storms as well to the north, and you're bringing that camera in now as well. But all right, so let's go real quick if we can up to the storms to the north, because I know we've got a tornado warning as well that's just to the north of us, and this is a storm here. All right, so there's the camera view from Perryville right now, looking back towards the south and west. And again, if you're familiar with this area, this is actually not necessarily in Perryville, it's more than in Chester. Sits right across the river from Chester, Illinois, and you're down in the bottoms area, and you can see some of the flashes of lightning looking back towards the south and west. And strong storm pushing through there right now. Again, if we go back to radar real quickly, sorry guys, and storm moving into western Perry County right now in southern Illinois. That does not have a warning on it, but there is a strong storm that's likely going to move at least into that area here in just a bit. Could see some gusty winds. You'll notice in some of our western counties, and really just northwest of us, in Washington County. In Clinton County, we also have some severe thunderstorm warnings that is just to the north and west of Mount Vernon, and it looks like a tornado warning there possibly for Marion County. That is just north of Mount Vernon as well, just north of the Dix and the Texaco area. Once you cross over the county line, there is a new tornado warning there, so that is just out of our viewing area in some of our far northern reaches.
And then it looks like at this time, as far as our viewing area goes, the only tornado warning that we have on the board right now is the one that we have been tracking through parts of northwestern Tennessee. Let me see if I can switch this radar over for you. And again, still seeing some rotation showing up there where we do have, again, a tornado warning. And that is now just off to the north and east of Dresden, likely going to be making its way close to maybe looks like per year. Looks like we've got 641 here extending up. It looks close to the northwestern Tennessee and Kentucky line there. Hazel, Baker's Cross roads, not in a warning right now, but could see this area of rotation pushing very close to your area within the next little bit. Also downstream, we're talking about New Concord as well. This tornado warning at this time goes until 11:45 tonight.
Yeah, so that again, right now in eastern Weakley County, and we'll be moving, I believe, into Henry County here shortly. That's Henry County in northwest Tennessee. I would not be surprised to see this warning then extended to the north and east, probably to include parts of Callaway County into western Kentucky. This looks like right now, as JC was mentioning, per year to Hazel are the next ones in line probably to see this storm move through. Again, if you live in these communities or if you have some friends and some families, Cottage Grove, Foundry Hill per year, anywhere from Midway to Hazel, and any place anywhere from Paris to Murray along 641. That's Highway 641. If you have friends and family in this area, you may want to give them a heads up that this is a very strong storm moving in right now from the north and west, from the south and west, and this storm could potentially produce a tornado, especially here. The latest radar updates continue to show that the rotation actually is strengthening in this storm. So again, this is going to cross out of Weakley County, and this is going to move into Henry County. That is the straight up and down line right there in the middle of your screen, west of Cottage Grove. That is the county line there. So this is going to be moving out of Weakley County and into Henry County here very shortly.
And again, zooming in just a little bit closer as this starts to move out of Weakley County, just some of those roads that are starting to show up along the county line. It looks like passing very close to Hunt Road, looks like McCree Road, Moore Road, and again going to be passing into Henry County, pushing towards Cottage Grove. And then if it continues further out, some of the places that we have been mentioning are per year. There's a chance, like Nick was mentioning, that if this tornado or if this storm continues to push off to the north and east, that it could start to push into, some of the southern areas in Callaway County, likely staying just to the south of Murray. What we're going to do here is we are going to widen out the view here. Again, because I know a lot of folks watching us as well from southern Illinois, still keeping an eye on that storm that is in Bollinger County, going to be pushing into the southern parts of Perry County in Missouri and Cape Girardeau County. They're near Interstate 55. There was a tornado warning on this storm earlier. That rotation has diminished, weakened quite a bit, so now we do have that severe thunderstorm warning again in place. This line, this back line that you see extending almost from Jefferson County down through Perry County, Illinois, just outside Jackson, and down through parts of southeastern Missouri, just off to the west of Poplar Bluff, is what, again, we're waiting to move through the area. So continuing to monitor that line as it makes its way through.
Yeah, I really think our biggest concern right now, two different storms really to watch here, is the one that, again, is moving through Bollinger County, getting ready to cross into Cape Girardeau County. Very strong storm there. It's still not showing too many signs, though, of rotation. So what we're seeing is a strong storm, possibly capable of some hail, likely some strong straight line winds. And at this point, at least it appears that some of these storms that are crossing over the Mississippi River into southwest Illinois are behaving just a bit. I haven't seen a lot of rotation showing up. We've seen it try just a little while ago, and some of the areas of rotation actually weakening just a bit. So some good news there. Maybe still a strong storm again moving into northern Cape Girardeau County. This is going to pass just north of Jackson. This is likely the core of this is going to be crossing over Highway 72 right now, continuing to work to the east. So there's Appleton, Old Appleton, and eventually Safrona is through here as well. That'll be moving through that region, and then eventually approaching Grand Tower and Wolf Lake. So Wolf Lake sits about right in here, and eventually, if it holds together, would push into southwest Illinois from Alto Pass to Cobden, northward to their Cedar Lake and Macanda, Pomona. Some of these areas could be impacted from a pretty strong storm. Once again, very heavy rainfall, some strong winds. We've seen several reports of winds of up to about 60 miles per hour from some of these storms. That's outside of the storms that were producing tornadoes, of course, but that severe thunderstorm warning there for southern Perry County, northern 2/3 of Cape Girardeau County, and then the northern half of Bollinger County runs until 11:45, and it looks like they've just carved that warning back considerably, so just to include the northern part of Cape Girardeau County. Let's go back to the south if we can to Weakley County in northwest Tennessee. That's the one storm that really continues to show some signs of rotation, and it's still the only tornado warning that we have right now in our viewing area. So this storm again has just pushed through the Dresden area. This is going to continue to push to the north and east over towards Puryear, and looks like if that would hold together and continue to the north and east, and we still have some rotation with this one. Looks like that's going to be moving into the Puryear area here very shortly. No reports that I have seen, at least at this time, of damage or that there is a confirmed tornado on the ground with this. But again, tornado warning for still for the eastern part of Weakley County. That's going to be moving out of Weakley County here over the next couple of minutes, and then crossing into northern Henry County. Northern Henry County, not in our viewing area, but we want to continue to stay with you here for another couple minutes and see if they extend this warning into parts of Callaway County, because I think that's a possibility over the next couple of minutes. So Puryear next in line for this storm. That's 641 here. That's Highway 641. So Hazel to Puryear, Mount Pleasant to Bethlehem. Again, these are counties in Henry County, or these are communities in Henry County in northwest Tennessee that will see this storm. And again, showing some signs of rotation right back in this area, right along the Weakley and Henry County line. So continuing to track to the north and east, moving about 45 to 50 miles per hour, much like the rest of the storms we've been tracking tonight, moving extremely quickly. So that would continue if it holds together, as we've talked about. Baker's Crossroads. This is an area, by the way, southern Callaway County is an area that has really just been hit hard with severe weather this year. Back, I believe, in May, they had they were hit with a tornado in that part of the county of Callaway County. Back on Monday morning into the early morning hours, they also saw some severe weather through the southern part of Callaway County. So we'll hope that this one kind of behaves and keeps its act together there. But again, northern Henry County right now, new update there, still showing that there is some stronger signs of rotation there. Again, that's going to stay north of Paris, and JC putting a storm track on this and giving you some communities that could be impacted this from Conyersville to Bethlehem to Mount Pleasant, New Providence, Pine Hill coming up about 11:47 or so, New Concord about 10 till 12, and Mills Subdivision coming up also about 10 till 12. So that is a tornado warning again in the northern part of Henry County. If you're in Weakley County, the tornado warning still in effect for your county. I believe we're probably going to see that carved back here in just a bit. If you're in Dresden, I think the threat for a tornado has passed you at this point with this storm, but some very, very heavy rainfall still coming down with this storm. And again, the tornado threat, the threat for at least seeing this rotation now has pushed out of Weakley County and continues to move into northern Henry County. JC, are you seeing any updates, any reports come down from any of these storms?
We have not gotten any new reports from some of these storms this evening. You know, the focus continues to be, as far as reports are coming in, are from that tornado that we tracked across Arkansas and through Mayfield.
Yeah, and that was that's just a really devastating situation there, where you're going to see a lot of damage coming up over the next couple of days. We've started to see some of the images come in, of course, this evening from places like Mayfield. But Mayfield was not the only community that was impacted here. There were multiple communities. We've got Benton, Kentucky, we know was impacted as well. One of the issues with getting reports out of some of these areas that were hit so hard is just the lack of communication. There's no power, there's no phone signal in some of these spots. We were talking about this evening having to deal with the National Weather Service in Paducah losing power, and I believe that was probably as a result of the tornado that possibly moved through there, or just south of there, that moved through the Mayfield area, possibly over towards Benton. And when they lost power, we lost some signal to some of the radars. So it has been a very interesting evening. Of course, there's going to be a lot of cleanup in the days ahead. That storm that produced that tornado all the way through parts of northeast Arkansas, the Missouri Boot Heel, parts of northwest Tennessee, through parts of western Kentucky. That's the one that still has the tornado warning on it, still there west of Elizabethtown in central Kentucky. So a very long tracking tornado and a long tracking storm.
And again, at this time, we've got a lot of blinking boxes that are sort of surrounding the viewing area. Zooming in again on the severe thunderstorm warning that is making its way through northern Cape County and the southern portions of Perry County in southeastern Missouri. That warning still goes until 11:45 tonight. Had, I think, some reports coming in of some high winds that calmed down fairly quickly. I think that came through on the Weather Service chat. The strongest storm, or actually they have just carved away that warning box, that tornado warning that was off into Weakley County and has now pushed into Henry County, has now been carved away. We'll have to watch and see if that rotation makes it into Callaway County and see if they're going to continue this warning a little bit further to the north and east. But again, folks who are tuning in across parts of southern Illinois, we do still have that severe thunderstorm warning that is in northern Cape County, southern Perry County, and southeastern Missouri. If this warning was to continue to be extended, it's going to be probably pushing into northern Union County and southern Jackson County.
All right, so I think right now we're going to toss it over to Julie real quick. You're going to run through some pictures, I believe, from Mayfield, and then we're going to kind of try to wrap up some of our coverage for a bit, since we don't have any more tornado warnings for our viewing area.
Yeah, Nick, right now we are getting several pictures, like you said, from Mayfield, Kentucky. One of the main ones that we've seen, you know, the courthouse, the Graves County courthouse, seriously damaged. Folks, where you can kind of see that triangle at the top of the roof there, imagine for me, if you will, there used to be a tower or a spire that came up out of that courthouse building. So that's gone. You can see that right now. I think we've got a couple more pictures rolling in. Here's another angle of that courthouse right there. I mean, you can see the trees in front of it too, just kind of knocked down, debris on the ground. There's another image coming in. These are all from Mayfield, Kentucky, and we actually have a crew on their way to that area right now, you know, making their way through as safely as they can. Here's another picture, so you can kind of see, we're looking at it here with you too, but you know, some of that debris kind of scattered through there. So this is in the wake of these storms that JC and Nick have been tracking for us. You know, my producer's letting me know we've got more pictures coming in, so we're kind of just rolling through these here with you. We are also getting reports right now that people are trapped inside the candle company in Mayfield, Kentucky. So there are active situations right now. Take a look at this. You know, first responders really on scene right there right now. Even Mayfield first responders or emergency management services, I should say, they've been compromised. Right now, reports say they don't have ambulances available. So right now, you know, they're asking other entities for help just to get help out to folks in the wake of these storms. Again, this is Mayfield, Kentucky. We've got video. This was posted on Twitter right now. So take a look at this. This, I believe, is in Mayfield, kind of right in the wake of those storms. You can see, I mean, folks, just look at this. There's debris almost everywhere. Of course, it is dark. It's late. You know, those storm systems already kind of moved through that area. But like Nick and JC have been saying, with these storms being overnight, you have to have a way to get alerts, whether that's your phone or those sirens out there. But, you know, you have to make sure that you can hear those, that they'll wake you up. And we are tracking, you know, some reports coming in of damage right now, including the Amazon warehouse up in Edwardsville, Illinois. That's in Madison County. We know that Amazon facility was hit by a tornado. It's at least partially collapsed. It's just off Interstate I-255. KMOV in St. Louis has a crew on scene right now. They say about a third of the warehouse has been damaged. They say the interstate is shut down in that area. There were up to 100 employees inside that Amazon warehouse when that tornado hit. Take a look. I mean, this is footage from earlier, but that just gives you an idea of how many emergency crews are on scene trying to get, to those workers. Authorities describe it as a mass casualty incident. Again, that is the Amazon Distribution Center in Edwardsville, Illinois. We also have an update tonight on the nursing home in Monette, Arkansas that was hit by a tornado tonight. Officials say now one person was killed and 5 others were seriously hurt. That is according to Craighead County Judge Marvin Day. He said at least 20 people were trapped inside earlier this evening, but we do know they have been rescued. The original death toll was 2. Day said officials spoke with the coroner's office and revised that death toll, so 1 person died because of that. We're also getting reports in the town of Sandburg, Tennessee, that they took a direct hit from a tornado, and that there are reports right now that people are trapped inside. The fire station collapsed. So again, really working on getting these updates to you. First responders right now even having to call to other counties, other municipalities for help. The National Weather Service Paducah lost power. So it's really kind of touch and go here as we're getting these reports of these outages. A lot of folks in Pemiscot County right now, Ameren customers without power tonight. So again, make sure you have a way to get alerts. Make sure you have a plan in place. If you're in the wake of these, know exactly what you're going to do, what you can do with your family and with your pets. We are monitoring those watches, those warnings as they come in. Nick and JC have been bringing you coverage all evening now. We've been on air for more than, several hours here. So again, we're trying to get those updates for you as we can. In the meantime here, I will go ahead and send it back over to our meteorology team.
Yeah, and of course, good evening. We've been tracking, quite a few tornado warnings, confirmed tornadoes through much of the evening hours. We have been on air for hours, and we do not have any tornado warnings. What we are going to pass along to you, though, is a new severe thunderstorm warning just plotted in here, and this severe thunderstorm warning runs until 12:15. So for folks in Jackson County, the far northern corner there, really the far northern part of Union County, Perry County, and this is in southern Illinois, Franklin County, Jefferson County, Williamson County, Jackson County, northern Union County, new severe thunderstorm warning that runs until 12:15 a.m. All right, so this is for strong straight line winds. Does this have a tornado possible tag on it? All right, so this is for strong straight line winds. We've got strong heavy rainfall right now from Pinckneyville southward, right along 127 to Murfreesboro, Gorham to Grand Tower. That's moving into your area here very shortly. That then continues to the east. If we can put a storm track on this, just take a squall track all the way down through this area and then track to this to the north and east. Once again, probably moving about anywhere from 45 to 50 miles per hour like everything else this evening, if I imagine. That would put next in line places like Carbondale to, say, DeSoto, Elkville, Virginia. You guys are seeing it right now. Dowell, get ready. You guys are going to see that shortly. DeCoyne, Christopher, Ziegler is going to see that move there. And then Heron to Carterville. And again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning. This is not a tornado warning. Right now, this is warned because we think that there's likely some strong straight line winds in this and possibly up to about 60 miles per hour. Again, that is enough to bring down some trees, bring down some power lines possible as well. To give you an idea, some of the communities here that could be impacted, we've got Virginia's coming up. Once again, that's moving in there right now. We've got Tamaroa coming up here in just a couple minutes. Sunfield, Murfreesboro, it's moving in there in just a couple minutes also. And I don't know if we can take that list, and if you can take that down to about 100, we can get some of the bigger communities in there. as well. But you can see now this is taking this out a little ways, but this is a fast moving line, so we're going to be watching this approach I-57 here in just a bit. There's Marion, Heron, Energy, Johnston City, West Frankfort, Benton to Cesar, Waltonville, and the northern side there, Jefferson County. It looks like Mount Vernon also included in that warning. So again, folks, we are talking about a line of showers, a line of storms here, a lot of thunder, a lot of lightning. It's going to be loud here over the next few hours probably as this makes its way through, and we're talking about strong straight line winds with this line of storms. So this is going to make its way eastward and northeast over the next bit, and there is quite a bit of thunder and lightning. We've had some, again, some reports of some strong straight line winds out of this. This is not a tornado warning. What you are seeing here again is a severe thunderstorm warning. So that runs until 12:15. Tornado warning to the south there still for Henry County. That is a confirmed tornado on the ground that was pushing through the Puryear area in parts of northwest Tennessee. That continues to work its way to the north and east. So far, they have left Callaway County out of that warning. So I think what we're going to do here is, since we have a severe thunderstorm warning once again for this area across southern Illinois, we are going to likely return you back to some regular programming here over the next couple of minutes just to pass along. And we'll pass along any new warnings that come out. We will make sure to break in and pass those along. But again, severe thunderstorm warning till 12:15 for the southern half of Jefferson County, all of pretty much Franklin County except for the far southeastern corner, much of Williamson County, far northern Union County, much of Jackson County, and Perry County. That runs until 12:15 as that line of storms moves through. Again, not a tornado warning. Main threat with this is going to be some strong straight line winds, likely 50 to 60 miles per hour, heavy rain, some thunder, some lightning, possibly some pea-sized hail. We still have the tornado warning to the south there in northwest Tennessee and Henry County. If they include any parts of Callaway County in that, we will break back into coverage and give you the latest update. Right now, again, that is a confirmed tornado on the ground. It is just out of our viewing area in Henry County, but we'll be passing very close to the corner with Callaway County here shortly. So with that being said, we're going to pass you back to regular programming. We're going to keep you up to date. JC and I will be here through the night, making sure that you have the latest weather information right here on air and online.